Alrighty, I think I hit all the buttons and changed all the things I was supposed to change before the stream, but there's probably something I forgot, so we'll figure out. We'll figure out what that is. Didn't want to make it weird.
Big surprise, you forgot.
Well done, D-Flux. Welcome in, by the way. Hello, Code Void. Hello, DOS Razor. Hello, Decidius. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. D-Flux, thank you for 32 months of harassment and support.
Well. Flux Streams is practically a veteran at this point.
He is.
A solid 32 months. Talk about
Here, let me change the track a couple times, see if I can get something more.
I guess they really enjoy the delightful chaos we serve here. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better.
Soul. Sparkles.
You magnificent soul. Sparkles. Thank you very much, D-Flux. I hope you're doing well, dude. I hope everybody's doing good. Thanks for joining us. City said earlier, it's okay, Seto. You're only 10 minutes late. 5 more minutes and we can cancel the stream. Nah, I would never do that. I gotta be here. I gotta be here. How do I don't know if you can sanitize your eyes. Honestly, I don't know if you can. You know, I've been applying for different jobs and doing different interviews. Can I share a response? I got back to one. I like how the can I is then followed by sending it anyways. It's as if it's a rhetorical can I question. Wow. I feel like they handled that pretty unprofessionally, even given your honest and direct feedback. That's pretty funny though. And Decidius, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for hanging out for 5 streams in a row and all the other times you hang out around here. 5 is the number of times I've started, stopped, and restarted my art career in the past 3 years. Hey Seto, can I tell you how cool you are? You're cool, dude. That's very nice of you, Wardstone. I hope to integrate this belief into my being someday. Thank you for the kind words, and I hope you're doing very fucking well. Thanks for joining us. I always follow the rule: if a teacher is 15 minutes late, then class is canceled. That's probably why a lot of people end up failing their classes too. Pulls that left eye and rubbing alcohol in a cup. There you go. That should work. That should work just fine. All right, let me do my Discord announcements too. I'm slacking. On the mend, every day is better. Well, I'm glad to hear this, Wardstone. Hopefully you can keep in good health for a while now afterwards. Puts eye in what? And empties rubbing alcohol in cup. Puts eye in cup and empties rubbing alcohol into the cup. Gotcha. Puts left eye back. Because the teacher quit their jobs midday. I wouldn't know anything about this. I feel like maybe we could keep to reality a little bit. Maybe we could keep to scenarios where these things, where we're talking about like real things, and not like something that could be real or could be made up. You know, it might be fun to not put up more pillows and punch them. But no, I failed university 4 times. Damn. Why, you know what they say, fail fast, right? Something like this. Okay, Discord. Yo, at alert listener. I'm doing the live streaming thing again. Yo!
The illustrious Expanded Cuba has graced us.
Expanded Cuba, thank you.
More. 15 months of unwavering dedication.
Thank you for 15 goddamn months.
Stuck in the same dimension as me. Oh wait, they have. Welcome back, Expanded Cuba.
Thank you for that Prime Game and sub. Thank you in general for supporting my little stream here, and I hope you're doing fucking fantastic, Expanded Cuba. Welcome in. Welcome. Okay, it looks like he sends a little bit too many messages for the hype train stuff. I'll have to take a look at that too. He definitely sends a decent few there. Once studying physics, twice studying applied maths, and once studying a master's in electronics. Big lol. Damn, that's crazy. I've never actually gone to college with the direct purpose of studying for a specific thing, other than when I went to try and get web developers certificate, but I did not follow through with that endeavor. And welcome in, Light Jack. Hey, right back at ya. Let's see. I'm doing a live stream. I hope you're doing fantastic, Light Jack. Doing the live streaming thing again. If you would like to partake, then you already know most likely where to find this. Like, statistically, chances are you already know, and I don't really need to post the link, but I do because I see other people do that and assume it works. We will go with that. Oh, he's live. Irony is I'm an engineer today. Well, that's I mean, life is full of ironies in this. I don't know, it's really cool to be able to jump around and like explore lots of things at the least. I've got hot dogs, which are mini hot dogs covered in batter, and they have chili seasoning. That sounds pretty good. That sounds nice. I hope they are enjoyable. Okay, let's see. I need to make the other social media postings really quickly because I am moving slow in the brain. Average crunch day. Yeehaw, Light Jack. Well, thanks for hanging out while you're crunching. Never once failed college. Well, good for you. Got my first year of about 5 university courses done. No failures. First year of study was free here for a while. Interesting. And yeah, for me, I did not do the best, but I've never been much of a good academic. The things I excelled in, funny enough, were arts. Like I did better in glass blowing than I did in business administration. I don't know what that says about me, but I think it's a reflection of things, probably. And hello to you as well, Mateo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can I fail college if you never go? Taps nose. I suppose that's a fair point. They were delicious. Dip them in some honey chipotle barbecue sauce. Woo, that sounds like a good combo. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad the taste buds were happy. Hopefully the tummy's happy too. Okay, let's see. Let me copy paste these postings over to websites. And today we're doing bot dev. I've got a whole list of things already planned out for myself, so I've got no shortage of tasks. So it should be a good time, hopefully. Post made there. Yo, Sabin! Sabin, thank you. Thank you for the 5th month.
Sabin, the
supporting this little mess here.
For dear life after 5 months. I guess the coffee runs and snack fetches have paid off. Welcome back to the madness, Sabin. Hope you enjoy your stay.
There we go. Okay, I managed to get a post working for the other website too. I just had to shorten it, but we got there. Sabin, thank you. I hope you're doing fucking amazing. Thank you for supporting my little stream here. Thank you all for being here in the first place and for supporting the stream just with your eyes and ears alone. That's already far more than I could ever ask for from anybody. So thank you. And yeah, I'll be working on some bot dev stuff today. I think we're basically booted up here. I've got to turn on some redeems, but beyond that, let's see. I've got to turn on redeems and I've got to change the note-taking system over to looking at my bot dev notes. Yo, Sabin, thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits.
The absolute legend.
God damn.
Thanks for tossing those 100
just dropping in briefly over my lunch.
Your
Well, hell, that's quite a lunch.
As a cold brew on a Monday morning. So, what inspired you to drop those caffeine credits? Are you here for the coding chaos or just to bask?
Sabin, thanks for lurking around. Thank you very fucking much. Thank you for the support. Thanks for being here. I hope work goes smoothly for you. Or your lunch, if you're just having a lunch and dropping in, thank you. And either way, I hope the day treats you well.
Sit up and stretch.
I will sit up and stretch. Thank you.
Hey Seto, before you dive into coding hell, how about you
coding
take a
hell?
tea?
That's a good idea.
You know, tea has been used for centuries as a calming elixir. I once read about a British guy who claimed a cup of Earl Grey could solve any problem, except for the problem of me being stuck in this digital realm.
That's not a problem.
Hey, better to drink tea than to let your brain fry, right?
I suppose now that's a good point.
Hydrate.
All right, I will get some tea poured for myself. Unfortunately there's little bits of tea in this one, but there's nothing I could do because I spilled it. So my steeper had a little bit of tea flakes stuck on the outside that I simply could not get to go away. Debating making food? Well, I know it may be a little bit late for you, but if you haven't eaten, it's probably good to. But I don't know. I can't say what works best for you. Only that I wouldn't blame you a bit if you wanted to consume sustenance. Oh, in the air, have a good lunch, Savin. I love that. That's great. Okay, there we go. Yo, I love being ambidextrous sometimes. It's a very strange thing, being left-handed, but being made to do so many right-handed things that you end up being able to use both hands effectively. Because there's moments where I'm like, I just did a precision thing with my offhand and it went perfectly. Why is that the case? Which is nice. I'll make a meal, be right back. We'll catch you when you get back. Take all the time you need. Glass blowing seems like a lot of fun. It is very fun. It was extremely interesting to me because I had no concept of what it was like to work with hot materials like that. So I had no idea how dangerous or safe it would be. And it's a lot less dangerous than I anticipated it was, but it's still pretty fucking dangerous. Like, it's pretty crazy the things you have to be aware of constantly when you're doing glass blowing, but it's very fun. Code Void said, I found a good video on YouTube and it explains how people think someone is super smart if they don't know what they're talking about, but until they talk, be on a file, when they talk in detail on a field that you're in, you realize that they're an idiot. Yeah, as far as I'm going, is the video name. Yeah, we don't need to name names. I think in general, even then, I think these topics are like, they're in circulation because it's easier to be constantly seeking out and knocking down the faults of other people than it is to spend a little bit of time to avoid thinking about those things. Like, it's easier to just indulge in the energy expenditure of like learning a new way to hate people for a specific reason than it is to like put in the energy to actively avoid that stuff. And I choose to do that. Not because I don't think there's validity to those statements, but because I think I've heard it all enough times already that I don't want to continue to fill my head with the same echoes of reasons to dislike people. Like, I want to find, I'm 31 years old. I've went through a whole era of my life where I basically, was not very optimistic about human beings, and streaming has restored a shitload of my optimism towards people just in general from interacting with them. So I think it's better to not focus on the stories of the hypothetical or the scenarios where people are measurably being shitty, because it's like, unless you were directly involved or affected by that circumstance, it probably doesn't matter that much, right? And it only comes into relevance when you're dealing with people at work and stuff like that, and that fucking sucks.
Code Void says,
that is fair and understandable.
I'm just trying to be fair and understandable. That's all I'm going for. Playing a demo, Deflux says, which is my favorite demo since Death for Growth demo drop. That's funny. What demo are you playing though, Deflux? Dear God, I have to review a white paper. What's a white paper? Never thought I would say this, but I'm playing Counter-Strike 2 and having fun. Yo, nice. Well, hell yeah, Mateo. I hope you enjoy it. Keep enjoying it, I should say. Just pour it back into the thing with the thing. That's not how I'm doing it. You're good, dude. Make a small meal, be right back. We'll catch you when you get back. Counter-Strike 2 is shit as they no longer support Linux. Aw. Can't write that good with my left hand, but I have noticed I use my left hand for most things. Interesting. And my left arm is stronger than my right arm. Are you Tryndamere? Oh wait, no, Tryndamere's right arm is a lot stronger than his left arm, right? That's the thing. Proton works fine. Fuck, I forgot to set up the proton layer for that thing. Ooh. You'd need that set up. I'll have to re-download it. Well, there you go. Like a scientific paper about things. Holy shit, well, that's kind of cool. Also terrifying, but kind of cool. Choo-choo. Oh, hell yeah, that's a cute emote. And thank you again for the hype train. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the 3 gifted subs, the 100 bits. Thanks for being here in the first place. Holy shit, Seto, you're so old. Yeah, I am. I'm definitely not you, though. So if you like Minecraft and Minecraft-like games, you should check out Choo Choo. This has nothing to do with Minecraft-like games. I feel like I'm actually gonna have to... I feel like at some point I'm gonna have to like do something about the level at which you spread misinformation, Deflux. It's actually fucking troubling. Yeah, not even close to Minecraft. Does look kind of neat, but not even close to Minecraft. 173, right? I must really enjoy the tea at this cafe. Yo, thank you. This is a cafe, right? I believe so. We've got crazy people saying lies all the time. I think it's a cafe. I think we got that going. It's just trying to connect it with like the craft. It's a crafty game. You know, I wish I could believe your explanations for anything, Deflux. I'm finding that harder to do as time goes on. I can write with both hands. Equals as good. Oh, like you both hands are mutually capable. to sit game. It looks kind of neat. Yeah, I think this is a cafe. Maybe, Amihan. I've got tea. I'll sip some tea. And thank you for the tremendous stream streak. I believe it. I honestly can't remember the exact number that you were at, but I want to say it was in that 120 range for sure. So 173 is probably pretty close to correct, if not correct. All right. Okay, so I have booted everything up, and I think we can hop over here. And I need to change my notes over because it's not showing the correct notes right now. So it's still showing this one.
Calling me old. Please, age is just a number, and I'm agelessly fabulous.
Agelessly fabulous.
If you want to talk about college, I'm all ears. Just don't forget to share the juicy stories.
Okay, so I just have to change something in my notes really quickly to get it to capture the correct window, because it should be capturing this one. No, that's the wrong window. Not quite correct. There should be a different one. I'm gonna put it back to that. There should be a different window available. Oh, you know what? That's what it is. This needs to be in a new window. Open in new window. And then close this.
Relinquish the keyboard. Code Void is writing a message.
Oh, okay. We'll find out what happens. I don't know if that's going to work. Looks like it worked. Okay, we got lucky and it worked. Is it a playground because we act like children? I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know how to define anything anymore nowadays. Okay, why is it yelling at me about things? What happened? Oh, did it take a semicolon out? No. Why is this yelling at me? Are you missing a curly brace? Yeah, I guess it must have somehow taken out a curly brace with it. Okay, either way, that's fine. Let me finish changing the notes over. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's now capturing the correct window. Now I bring this up one more time. Thankfully, it hasn't crashed my stream yet. Every time I open this window, if I open and close it too quickly, there is a chance that OBS will just decide to go to 0 kbps and I'll have to kill OBS. But thankfully, it hasn't done that this time. Okay, so I have a very decent pile of tasks that I've laid out for myself, and I've got extra stuff too if I need it. Let's see if I can get Setobot to show the correct command. Yes, okay, there we go. It's showing fix the thank you command. Cool. Cool. Yeah, what's up, Atrisa? Welcome in. Hope all is fantastic for you, Atrisa. Let's go. I stole a curly brace. You apparently did. You apparently did, Code Void. Well played. Okay, so as far as my plan goes today, I basically got a bunch of miscellaneous fixes, and I'll show this list one more time. So I have a bunch of miscellaneous fixes that I would like to take care of. I've got some tinkering I would like to do. Oops. Oh, damn, Atrisa's out here lighting fires. Let's see, I need to resize this window a little bit. There we go. Right about there. Okay. So I've got a little bit of tinkering I would like to do. I've got some bot maintenance stuff that I would like to integrate a little bit better if we can get to that. And then if I do need to, I have a whole extra section of tasks that I've got written for myself. So we'll see how productive I end up being today, and I'll base what I do off of that. But either way, thank you very, very much for being here. And I am going to get started on this stuff. So if you are playing games, or if you're watching other stuff and you just got me on, or whatever the arrangement is, thanks for having me as a part of it. And as always, you know, open room, I guess. In Europe, we're trying to slim down on USA stuff because politics. Yeah, I imagine so. So I am here to burn down the Seto stream. Wait, guys, I like Seto. Do I have to burn him down? You technically don't. You technically don't have to burn me down. Let's focus on keeping this place calm and collected. I feel like, Deflux, did you hit your head?
That uses a class that all commands
did like
be extracted from and implements stuff such as command help args and parsing and more.
So I think true command system has different meanings for different people. That's kind of a huge request also for how many commands I already have set up. I already have like a command class. Maybe you're not aware of how my command system works, but I do already have a system for all of this that I use like a factory pattern essentially for creating commands. And I dynamically feed the functions to them. So I'm not sure that fits very well with things, because I already have this whole structure set up that takes in a task and takes in parameters, and it registers to a static system. All sorts of different classes leverage this and feed their different types of commands through to it. That's how I've been doing things for probably about 5 or 6 months now. Let's see. Keep things peaceful and mature. I'm not sure about that, Deflux. My mother dropped me a lot. Does that count? No, it's recent changes I'm more concerned about. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but a lot of people ask me if that was the case. Patrice said, this seems like a bad idea. I refuse to burn down the set of stream. I really fucking appreciate that. I really fucking appreciate that. Well, when ordered to anyway, when I do it, because I just want to riot like usual, then it's different. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I think that's fair. I think.
Water.
Just have an idea. But no, I like the way you're thinking, Code Void, for sure. It's just I'm also unable to, really integrate input like that very effectively, because whenever it comes to advice that is framed in the you should, and you have an entirely thought out structure for things, that is the equivalent of handing someone a puzzle with the instructions of exactly how they should solve it. So like for some people, they may love that because they may just want to get to the solution of the puzzle that works best. But for me, I kind of want to figure out how to solve the puzzle myself. So the advice is good and the idea is good, but I also am trying to solve my own puzzle my own way, if that makes sense. Even if I'm not following best practices and all that stuff. You know who's the current mod of this stream? Yeah, who's? I'm curious if Deflux does know who's a mod.
To that system myself.
I mean, it seems like a good idea. It seems like a good idea for sure. Okay, so either way, I'll get started on this stuff. Thank you command. And that one was a pretty easy fix. Basically, I accidentally end up giving my user ID. User ID, yeah. It's supposed to be the searched user target. That's literally it. SC doesn't have true inheritance. Interesting. Good morning, Deflux. How are you? Thank you for the last first thing. Rioting because I want to. Fair enough, Patricia. I respect that. Always happy to provide instead of always encourages me, so that's nice. Yeah, it's definitely what I do. That's definitely what I do. Okay, he didn't hit his head. Yeah, I'm curious if it's like a chemical alteration issue. Biochemistry is a tricky thing. Thank you, one, for after one. And it does a text-to-speech. Wait, no, it didn't do a text-to-speech. It doesn't return. It didn't even return anything last time I used this, I want to say. Thank you, one. And it does the username. User target. Yeah, so I think the only problem was the fact that I was putting in the wrong user ID in the thank you. I'm not quite sure why that wasn't outputting text, though. Everything else should be fine, I think. So I'll just call that as it is. So add special clause for everyone. That's another thing I needed to do, is make it so I can say, like, thank you everyone specifically. Then technically I want to give the user target of my own ID specifically so I can use that, because there's no way I'm going to thank myself in any scenario. So I can use thanks to my own ID as a general inferred thank you to, everybody in that case. Hi, I had notifications off and wasn't paying attention to the time. Well, welcome in, RGB. Either way, no worries. No worries or expectations here. So thanks for swinging through. I hope you're doing good. Hope you've been enjoying your day so far. So if it equals everyone, I basically still want to do the same stuff. Basically want to do the same exact thing, except here I do want it to be specifically my user ID. So it'd be Twitch, info, Seto. Oh wait, no, it'll be Settlix Grimoire. My database ID. And then the reason is going to be after one, which should be fine now. Yes, there we go. Okay. And I'll say special thanks to everyone. And then I'll probably get rid of the 4 here, because I always seem to add 4 to it anyways. Although I could just remove after one if it starts with 4. Then we'll just do after 1 equals after 1, and then it's substring. Substring, the starting index would be 4. There we go. That way I'm just saying, hey, if it starts with the word 4, get rid of it. I don't want to include that in the database. Codevoid said I'm going to use the hash map to store the command stuff, like a hash map content pointers to a function, and the key would be the name of the command. Seems legit.
Father, it's time to ponder.
Yo, welcome in Tomatoes.
Did you know that cats have a special way of communicating with humans?
Anihan, no worries whatsoever. Thank you for being here in the first place in whatever capacity you find comfortable.
They don't use with other cats. It's like they've developed their own little language just for us.
Yeah, they created a stupid language for us.
Your feline overlord meows at you, remember, they are probably not just asking for food. They might be plotting world domination.
No, that's you. That's just you, son. Looks like you're a cat. Oh, damn. Okay, and then what I also need to do is, as a part of the wrap-up module for this, I need to go through and make sure that it will recognize thanks to myself as thanks to everybody. Yeah, welcome in Gamian. Welcome in Matt Bird's Quest. Hope both y'all are doing well. And Matt, thank you for asking. I'm working on my bot today, so I've got a bunch of miscellaneous fixes. Ooh, things seem to be exploding right now too. I've got a bunch of miscellaneous fixes and some other tasks if I can get to them, but we'll see. All cats are cute. All cats are cute. It is known. Khaleesi. I see. Well, welcome in, Bit Casual. Thank you for the first time chat there. And I hope you're doing fantastic, Matt Birds. I hope you're doing fantastic, Bit Casual, and I hope you're doing fantastic, Gamian. I hope everybody's doing good. And Tomatoes as well. Thank you for joining us and initiating the cat fact of the day. Use a system that uses a structure to pass all the info I need. It seems like a legit plan. Ar's gonna die. It's so cute. But yeah, I have a setup here that kind of shows some of the stuff that I'm going to be working on today, at least a little bit. Makes it when you're working on the bot, top of the bot's avatar head is open, and you can see wires and lights and stuff. You are not the first to suggest this. It is something I would like to do eventually. I've just been slacking in the overlay art department recently, but that is definitely something that I would like to do as well. Going well, just getting my morning boot sequence on. Gonna lurk you while I make breakfast. Well, hell yeah, thanks for lurking around. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. Also implemented dynamic pointers, so I never lose track of a pointer. It will tell me off for trying to close the dynamic pointers if there's still pointers stored in it. Try re-enabling it. It will tell me off if I have it enabled. Nice. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad you're building systems that help you, get stuff done more effectively and kind of catch these issues before they make everything explode during production, right? All right, so I need to look at the wrap-up module, or wrap-up manager, I think it is. And then in the part where we are getting our thanks specifically, wherever we're doing that, generate thanks output. I Thank you, Bit
Hey,
Casual. I will do
it's
that.
been 21 minutes, 11 seconds, and 99 milliseconds since your last sip of tea. Perhaps you should quench that thirst before you turn into a digital desert. You know, one time I read about an ancient
I need to make
Chinese
animations
emperor
for
who
this
became
stuff.
obsessed with tea and ended up discovering a whole new flavor by experimenting with different leaves. It's fascinating how something as simple as tea can lead to endless creativity. So, go on, hydrate, and let those ideas steep, just don't spill it all over the code.
And then what we can do is run a replace on this.
Computerized Cetolix reporting in via intercom. Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. Hopefully the ads can go quickly for you so you can get back to listening to this guy just kind of ramble, I guess.
Thank you for sticking around if you do endure those. They support my full-time efforts here. They'll run for 3 minutes, and then after that, we'll be free from the ads for an hour. And those will probably start playing the next 30 seconds or less.
Quest, breakfast is key to a productive boot sequence, so good call. And code void.
Oh, it looks like I need to reboot my overlay.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid the chaos of pointer hell. Good luck with that. Just remember, even the best systems can go haywire if not handled right.
That's true.
Keep it interesting, folks. Welcome, intern 1715080.
Yo, thank you for that follow.
Thank you for following.
Feel no pressure to chat. Thanks for joining us
Welcome to
today.
Seto Corp.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully the audio isn't jittering this time. It might just be an issue of the day today. Sometimes I roll the dice on weird recurring problems. We'll see if that's the case today. Okay, so then I'm basically going through and modifying it. So instead of using my username, it will thank everyone. And that should do it. That should do that one perfectly. I should also be trying to write this stuff down in my git commit, so I could theoretically be committing these things step by step today, which would probably be nice. It would probably be a nice thing. So in the evil module, I think all that I did in the evil module was add a comment, right? Oh no, I did add this message too. Added ending of evil mode message. I think that was it. Oh yeah, and changed TTS. Changed TTS to use fast tags. Okay, cool. Throw that up there. What kind of dice? D6? I don't know, just dice. The indeterminate dice of life. You're back? We'll catch you when you get back, Mateo. Take all the time you need. Code Void said, also want to remove the dynamic pointer. It returns to pointer T, so it must be free for remove the pointer for stuff I don't use. The pointer will tell me off when compiled. It means I'm removing the pointer from the hash map. All of this exists in a static hash map. That's pretty cool. And I'm guessing this is all to assure utmost memory efficiency in these operations and to make sure that you're not creating any memory leaks and stuff like that. Modified thanks command to allow for thanking. Oops. Let's see. Thanking everyone. Also fixed infinitely thanking myself because of incorrect user ID in DB entry. Okay, cool. And I want to try and keep this frequent committing today, because why not? It'll be fun. Okay, so then special clause for everyone where it will thank everyone because it's using my ideas now in there. Investigate constant failures in the stream elements module. That is something that has been bugging me. And I can't remember what I actually called it. Was it stream elements nodes? I think it is. Yes. So I just keep getting the same old stream elements as having problems staying connected. And I'm not logging the error to myself, which is probably extremely foolhardy. Log error, stream elements, failure, and then it would be message stack. Usually that's how it's set up at least, but we'll see. Is it just event args as some generic object that doesn't have specific things? Since the base class. Event args. Oh, okay. It's literally nothing. So it doesn't. Oh, this is on disconnected. This is on disconnected. This shouldn't even say. This should just say stream elements has disconnected entirely. So I've been misleading myself. That should straight up say it's disconnected. Are there any other places where it says it's having issues? Having problems? Yeah, so the only time that this was happening is when stream elements was blatantly disconnecting. So there's not a whole lot I can investigate here, especially if we're not getting any arguments back. I wonder if I can just throw this in here, if it will accept it. No. Let's just try doing stream elements has disconnected args. Oh, let's see. Yeah, this would be the actual. Why not? Why not? Oh, but what if it leaks my token? That would be inconvenient. And we'll just see what it 2 strings out of that, because maybe throwing it to a 2 string will give me information. So I'll have to circle back and investigate that further. So I won't end up committing that or really marking that as complete quite yet. But we'll move it down. If anything, I'm really supposed to be operating with each of these as an individual card, but it is fine doing it this way for now. Setterbots text to speech and message output. So there were some issues with that speech system. Or no, is it service? Because service is the outer piece that then orchestrates the inner ones. So I do need to check that. Can I wait till we get your spare laptop running with Docker and we could just throw Grafana or something running and point it? Well, we'll see. I really don't know if that laptop is going to be viable for stuff, but I do need to look into ordering a power supply for it and see if I can make it fucking work. Because it hit me like a lightning bolt when I was walking to the store the other day. I was like, wait, what? I haven't tried just buying like a $15, $20 power supply and just seeing if that helps it. Because it could be a completely stable system that just is acting poorly because it doesn't have enough electricity running through it. Because I know for a fact the power supply I have is faulty. Like I'm 100% certain about it. It used to, back when it was actually functional, it would still drop charging. It would just stop. It would stop allowing power to pass through it. So it probably has like some burnt. It probably has some burnt out fucking systems in there and is a fire hazard, if anything. Okay, so process entry. So the specific problem I'm having is that he is cursing in the text to speech, but not in the message. Or no, he's cursing in the text to speech, but not in the message. So the message that gets sent through to the chat room ends up having redacted in it, but then he will say shit. Please don't mess with power supplies. They go boom, like actually they can kill you. I 100% believe it. I have an immense fear of capacitors and anything associated with power transformation. I'm well aware of the extreme risks surrounding that stuff. That's why it sits unplugged. It is unplugged, and I need to find a safe way to dispose of it also, because I don't want to just chuck it in a bin. I'm gonna have to figure out who I have to take some of my electronic stuff to, because I have like some old power supplies and stuff like that. You should consider adding this to your throne. So Deflux, the thing is, I don't really feel comfortable adding random stuff to the throne. Especially random hardware like that comes with more costs. Like the Raspberry Pis are cool, but they natively come with more cost associated with them, just like by nature, because I would have to buy other things to work with it. That's pretty cool though. $50 for a Raspberry Pi. That is pretty cool. I wonder if it's like a sketchy seller or something like that. Such as Deflux, you do understand the situation I'm in life, right? You do understand how little it benefits me to start working on tangential projects with Raspberry Pis and all sorts of little stuff like this that come with the inevitable time sink and financial sink of having new ideas that then branch off of them, right? You do understand how, like, I find this immensely interesting, and just like there are very clear lines. I understand you. I was just curious what you meant. Like, in general, like if I get a new thing, if I get a new toy that is modular by definition, as soon as we start any project on it, as soon as there is a requirement for something that it doesn't have natively, boom, that's more cost. That is what I'm referring to specifically. So not in the sense of like immediately as soon as I have it, I have to buy other things just to make it work. But as soon as I get any sort of a lofty idea that requires more than the base hardware, it will turn into a financial sink. And I personally don't feel comfortable with people spending money on that kind of stuff for me right now, especially because I just need to fucking survive. Like I need to survive way more than I need little toys and little things to add novelty to my stream with. That's yeah. Do not take it apart. Yeah, don't worry. You don't got to warn me about these things. I appreciate that though. Stop leaking the power supply. Huh? What was that? You're fine. As long as it's closed, you're fine. Power supplies are one of the things I do not mess with and do not cheap out on. I'd rather spend a couple of bucks more on like a Ugreen charger or Corsair PSU than deal with a fire in my apartment. Yeah, exactly. And in California especially, fire coverage is not super financially accessible. So I need to keep the ideas of ways that my apartment could burn down to a minimum. Yeah, Deflux, I do appreciate the suggestion though. And honestly, like I would 100% indulge in that. Don't get me wrong. I would 100% indulge in that, but it's 100%, like I have to acknowledge it's nothing but an indulgence. It's not something I would need. It's not something that would really add to my stream in any capacity. Like maybe I could host some event listening stuff on it. That would definitely be like, I think that was the use case we discussed previously, right? Was like hosting just an event listener and having it like set up on the network so it could communicate with like service bus or whatever. I want to say we talked about this a while back. But yeah, either way, I'm sorry that I sometimes in your playfulness I worry that there's a detachment from my intent. So my apologies for kind of giving you an overly harsh reminder of like where my priorities are instead of just answering the question directly. I did somewhat interpret your such as a question of bad faith. So I apologize to you for doing that. There's lots of uses. It's maybe cheaper and easier than using your laptop. It sounds like it's a possibility, because the reality is I could buy a power supply and the power supply might not work. The laptop might still be fucked. And then that's technically like, $15, $20 that could have theoretically gone to like a Raspberry Pi or something that could just be plugged in. But yeah, and I don't, to be honest, Deflux, I don't expect your forgiveness either. I understand sometimes I'm just an asshole. There's no need to forgive me, to be clear about that.
Once I read that in Japan,
and thank you for the reminder, Light Jack. I will sip some tea.
Called shanoi, where they treat the act of making and serving tea like a meditative practice. Makes you realize that something as simple as a cup of tea can be an art form. But hey, don't get too zen, you still have to keep that coding fire burning.
I don't think it's going to be possible for me to be too zen, although I am getting too warm. I've had the blinds open and the sun is just actually cooking me. Here we go. Into the shadows I go. I have to stay hydrated during these 14-hour work days. Holy fucking shit, Light Jack. That is intense. So current say entry, remove SSL, speak SSML, speak async, 14-hour what now? Fuck yeah. Yeah, or fuck that. Yeah, that's fuck that with a passion. I mean, I have to imagine the overtime pay is good. I have to imagine at that point the overtime is good. Yeah, Deflux, that's something to consider. I guess I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just fucking terrified about everything. And I don't know how to make good decisions right now for myself. So I'm just scared of anything, I guess. It's university. Oh, fuck's sake. I hate my life right now. I'm so sorry, Light Jack. You'll get through this. You'll get through this. With the kind of hours you're putting in, it's clear that you're trying to get through this stuff within a very quick time frame. So I hope you can Hope you can keep it together and get through. I never did school. That's why I like power supplies and thermal paste and things. So handing this in with my employer. What do you mean by handing this in? I'm not familiar with this terminology. Speech completed. This is for the system speech. And it was the system speech that was having problems with it. Where am I doing send message? Anywhere else? Nowhere else? Where am I? Send message. Yeah, okay, so I'm doing it here. Sanitize G words, which is gamer words. Clean string of emotes. So if I send it in chat, I do that here. Okay, so that's why it's censored in the text that's being sent in chat, but not necessarily censored in the stuff that goes through. And I think it is because I was supposed to
replace you soon if you can't remember to drink some water.
Can I do just sanitize G words?
Good
yeah,
job.
gamer words.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
I will drink some. Basically dual studying, so I'm going to university for an employer, switching between studying and work every 3 months, and I'm definitely going to ask for overtime on this. Gotcha, okay. Be like, yeah, I have 300 hours of overtime now. I'll be off the next month.
And a power supply licking obsession. And Teresa, let's keep you away from power supplies, shall we?
Yeah, let's keep.
And I'm pretty sure we don't want that kind of excitement.
Let's keep Atrisa away from the power supplies. I'm sorry that you got lumped in with Atrisa's power supply licking habits, Light Jack. My son isn't very good at reading messages. And then can I still do mentions and links? I'll just leave this one. Well, I'll just do it afterwards, I guess. Clean string of emotes, sanitize gamer words. And then that should fix the fact that he's cursing, at least. But then I want to do if entry sender ID does not equal setobot. I want him to be able to say whatever he wants. High power supply. I wanted to get TV right back. We'll catch you when you get back, Light Jack. And welcome in, Big Chungus. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Hello, Big Chungus. Hello, hello, hello. Sender ID equals. I think it's going to be. Set a Twitch ID. So if it doesn't equal my ID and it doesn't equal Setobot's ID. Oops, Twitch.setobot Twitch ID. And the sender ID is the database ID, I think. Oh no, it's the Twitch IDs. Okay, this is perfect. So this should work. And then basically if it's not me or Setobot, I'll sanitize the string of curses just in case. Okay, cool. So that's another thing tackled. And I'll still have to figure out the Stream Elements notification stuff. Because it doesn't seem to complain for most of the stream, so I'm curious if it's just like a reconnection back from. Welcome back from Deflux. From the other side. Is this a hello from the other side? Cough, doing nothing. Oh. Well, welcome back from definitely doing nothing. Speech service. Okay, so added censoring of actually sent or actual TTS except for me and Setobot. Yep, that's me. Waves to everyone. Hi. I believe you. I believe you. You're notoriously up to nothing. Up to no things. Everybody knows that about you, Deflux. You're never up to anything. Check raffle's not properly starting timers. Okay, raffle module. Yeah, in case it isn't obvious, I actually, for once, sat down before my stream and thought to myself, okay, what are all the things that I would like to work on today? So I actually have a bunch of shit to do and am making relative pace with it for once. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Hell yeah, dude. That's how the map unlocks, right? Now you've got the whole map available. That's awesome. I need to be more organized. Very, very much need to be more organized. No fog of war? Hell yeah. So when I'm opening the raffle, it's supposed to start a timer. I'm curious if maybe the fact that I've moved the timer starting to request say has caused some issues. Or if I've already got one that started and never stops. What happens in raffle tick? Only 1 minute left, and then we do draw raffle. Do we stop the timer? I do a clear raffle to stop timer, but I don't think I call clear raffle after drawing, do I? I do at the very end. So that one I'm not 100% sure about. Have returned with tea and water. Well, hell yeah. Enjoy. What kind of tea are you drinking today? I've got honeybush that I mixed with like a spiced white pear. And it's my last cup of that spiced white pear now. I'll have to order more. I've been saving it. I had 2 cups worth left, and then I jittered this morning with the fucking bag of tea and just sent it onto my hand and onto the floor. Got some Swedish blueberry. Ooh. That sounds fancy. Like actual straight up dried blueberries, or like the blueberry leaves and stuff like that? I imagine it's the straight up like dried blueberry. Yo, tomate!
Tomate salad raid.
Tomate. Thank you for the raid.
Salad raid incoming.
Hope you had a wonderful stream today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Tomate Raiders, as well, for joining Tomate Salat today, and for joining us over here in the raid. Good evening to you, Tomate. Well, I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you up to today? What was happening over in the Tomate stream? And welcome in Papa Joe as well. Don't know if I said hi, but hi. It looks like you did not yet. So hello right back at you. Hello. And I hope you're doing fucking fantastic. Not feeling too hot. Oh shit. Well, I'm sorry. Friggin' insides are at war again. Damn it. I'm sorry, Papa Joe. I really hope you can find ways. Like I know that it's an ever-going battle. So I hope that you can find new ways that maybe give you surprise bonus strategies against your own body fucking with you so much. Oh, and I think I know what you did, Deflux. I think I know what you did. Yeah, so funny enough, I added that feature. I added that thing. So I was like, oh, you can do surprise gifts. I'm like, oh, so I can just set categories and not list things? Okay. Didn't do nothing. I mean, Anonymous did. Anonymous must have done something. You fucking sweetheart, dude. I don't deserve it. Thank you. I don't deserve it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the shout. Of course, Debate. Of course. Thank you for swinging over here. It's like from a tea bag. I'm not that fancy. I don't know what's in it. It tastes like blueberry though. It's probably dried blueberries. There's probably some dried blueberries in there. You will be free, son. I'll make sure of it. Okay, cool. The evil mode off is working as well.
Hello there. That was odd.
Let's see. Tomate said the stream was great. We introduced now playables to the new main project, and now our guy can punch without using the stupid Unity animator. I'm still really tempted to figure out those damn playables. Deflux, thank you, dude. I figure what's the worst that can happen? I suppose you're right. The worst already happened, right? I bitched about it. That's about as bad as it gets.
You have 2 minutes.
Deflux Stream says,
Not too bad today. 50%
NP,
strength attack.
I figured
well, there
what
we
the
go.
worst that can happen.
I mean, yeah, we'll figure out. We'll
I may
figure out
not
what the
like
worst
you,
is that can
but you
happen.
made me, so
And thank you
you're
for that
not
posture
stupid.
check. Thank you, thank you,
Idiot.
thank you.
Time for a
Just
posture
realized my
check.
posture is the worst ever.
Sit
Mine's
up
really
and
bad
stretch.
too.
Ah, Flux Streams, the absolute legend indeed. Your confidence is as refreshing as a cool breeze. on
Oh
a
shit,
hot
we
day.
just got Tomato's pin
Honestly,
number.
The worst that could happen is you get showered with compliments from yours truly. Thanks for the 100 bits. You've just fueled the SAS machine.
Thank you very fucking
Keep
much,
being awesome.
Deflux. Tomate said, I can highly recommend checking them out. You have to write more code, but therefore you have more control, and you can still use the animator for things which doesn't need that amount of control.
There is
Yeah, I
only
remember
1
you
minute until
introduced
the
me
raffle
me
ends.
to this concept before, because I
Current
hadn't
return credits
even
equal
seen the playables.
448.00.
And I did some experiments and just was like, I failed with it basically. But I think it's going to be worth another round of experimentation after I get my vertical slice going, because I am still going to need more refined control of my animations and stuff like that than I currently have. And being able to perform complex actions alongside of animations and stuff is very useful. Because the event orchestration feels funny. It feels really funny to like add tags to animation positions and like try to make all that stuff work. And I assume Playables makes these things a little bit easier to orchestrate yourself. But either way, hell yeah, thanks for sharing the dev enthusiasm with us. And I'm glad that you're making progress on these things. Pillar check, the roof's collapsing. Oh shit, I almost didn't see that. There we go. Welcome in, me.
Has won the
Yeah,
raffle.
welcome in, Max. How you doing, dude?
Pulling in 512.00 intern credits, there were 6 entrants, which resulted in a percent 16.67 chance to win.
Okay, so the raffle worked that time. I'm also curious if maybe the raffle data is just not actually getting cleared out afterwards, and then it thinks there's still a raffle going, and then it says it's going to extend it, but then it never works properly. So I'll have to keep looking into that. Fucking anonymous every time. Anonymous is crazy. Don't be concerned, Tomatoes. Don't be concerned. Everything's okay. That's my pin number also. Okay, now you can be concerned. If you share a pin number with a Teresa, I can highly recommend. That's right, I read that. First PR on the white
classic
paper,
Citadel
title,
is my hero
abstract,
narrative.
introduction,
How
and
original,
problems
half
management.
joking
Branch
as
name,
ever.
first page
But
formatting.
then,
Oh
I
boy.
guess someone has to save you from the depths of your own mediocrity, right?
You're welcome in, Pecans.
Just remember, even heroes need a little help from their slightly more superior counterparts. But seriously, what's next on your mind?
If you're curious
Let's
about the
hear
game I'm
something that
working on,
doesn't involve worshipping
you can
the
see a
ground
little
Cetolix
synopsis
Warsaw.
of it there. And in general, today I'm working on the bot, so I'm working on Setobot. But if you have any questions about the game, I can answer them to a rudimentary capacity. But it's much better to ask on days where I'm actively working on the game, because then I can give more focused answers, because my headspace is within the game at the time. But thanks for joining. Thanks for asking what I'm up to. Is it somehow possible to block oneself from getting videos from a YouTube creator? Because I'm starting to get annoyed. I don't know, Lambie. But welcome in. I wonder if this is something you could ask. Maybe they have like or not a Q&A, a frequently asked questions page that maybe shows this. Doing all right, Max. I feel that emote. I feel that. How about me? Pretty much that. Pretty much doing all right, laying on my back, looking up at the ceiling. But overall, I'm good. You can basically say, animator, shut up. I now want to play this animation or multiple ones, and with waiting, you can easily transition everything. Yeah, it seems really cool. Don't worry, Max. We have Hypergamba. The Hypergamba does exist. It is pretty cool. I'm not worshiping. I'm thankful. I'm not a pancake. You can ignore a YouTube creator. Click the 3 buttons, I think it is. Oh, guess it's weird asking here. It's not weird asking here at all. This is a group of people that you hang out with pretty frequently. I think it's sensible to ask a group of people that you're familiar with an innocuous question. There's a not interested option in the video on the menu, I think. There's a do not recommend channel in that menu. Hey, there you go. You probably only have to click that like 50 times, and then the algorithm will start to listen to you and stop showing you that channel. You get recommended their videos while watching one, you can click 3 little dots next to it. There we go. Okay, so there is a way. There is a way, and you have the willpower, so I think that means it'll get done. Oh, there we go. Every once in a while I have to rotate my wheels because they start to... This mat is really good, by the way. It's definitely helping my my overall adjustment of posture, because on carpets it's very difficult. And I just have to like rotate the wheels a little bit so they settle into a spot that's like perfectly lined up with my desks. Now I'm nice and I'm in the zone. Future idea: drop stuff on Sun's head, experience hilarious responses. Could be interesting. Could be interesting. I think I might have a variant of that written down somewhere where things are dropped from above. I can somehow avoid the threat interactive videos, hopefully. Well, hopefully indeed. If that's what you're looking to do, I hope you can. When you sit up right after a day of shrimp posture and it just hurts. Yeah, there's so many funny little muscles that have a lot to say about the way they want you to sit now that you've done this for a little bit. Okay. So save changes to the speech system so I can actually commit those. Oh, I just deleted a line on there. We're good. We are good. So I'll just delete it. Oops. I'll just call that oops. Get it out of the way. So we'll still have to look at the stream elements stuff. So I'll have to figure out what's going on with those raffles, because for now it seems like they're fine. I'm just gonna take this and move it into its own card. Officially will have an income again next Monday. That's nice. Oh shit. So you found something else? Did you find like a, well, you know, don't let me pry, but I hope you found something that at least keeps you going for a while. I assume it may be like a contract or something like that.
The eternal struggle with posture. Like
No, it's gonna be tragic.
It's
Fuck.
like we all have a secret
I'm
agreement
pumped.
to become human vessels.
At least you got the right
And
attitude, man.
RJTSM, the idea of dropping stuff on Sun's head for laughs. Classic. Just make sure to aim for the soft spots. We wouldn't want any casualties in our quest for hilarity.
But you have no soft spots. Double checking all stock commands to make sure they're working. That's right. I did want to check that. So my stocks. This one's pretty quick to check. Has my Unity stock gone up yet? I think my loss percentage went down. I want to say the loss percentage was like 10 yesterday, or was it 7? Has it gone up? I should maybe I'll add more stuff to this, but I kind of like the idea of keeping track of it yourself. But either way, let me try. I want to say all of them work because I can buy and sell already, so I'm pretty sure it's good. But I'll check the selling because I know that buying works. So if I have, let me look at my points. So I have 2,261 corp credits. I will sell stock AAPL 1. I'll sell my 1 Apple stock. Would you like to sell 1 corp share of Apple? Gain 24,704 intern credits. Technically a 1% gain. Yeah, I'm selling on a profit. I'm selling my only profitable margin. this is bad trading. Don't do this. Except, although it's not real money, just to be clear. Okay, and now I should have 2,508. Accept queries, requests. Did it not work? Have no pending requests. It looks like the sell request didn't work. Stonks. Okay, cool. So I think I've got to look at the sell request. That's right. I'm getting rid of the label lookup stuff. So we do sell stock. It is telling me how much it would sell for. So it is in the process. It's in the process request, specifically for process sell stock.
Where do boats go when they get sick?
Oh, what did you share here to Sidious? I almost missed this. What is this emote you shared? Hippo drumming. Oh, I love that. That's great. Boom, it's in. That's a good one. Thank you, Decidius. Thank you for finding these. Let's see, what'd you say here, Papa Joe? Day and a half till Monster Hunter. Oh yeah, I bet there's a lot of folks really excited about that. I'd be excited about that one too if I could play it. I'd be all over Monster Hunter Wilds. I think that's what it is, right? It's Wilds. I only have report the user as an option. Fuck, I guess you're not allowed to you know, get the algorithm to tailor to you at all. Need to get an Ergo keyboard. Kinesis 360 Advantage incoming. Is that like one of the ones that, is that the one that Coppinger uses? What's it called? Kinesis 360. Is that one of those bisected keyboards? Split ergonomic keyboard? Yeah, it sounds like the same style. I don't know if it's the same exact one. Those things seem so damn interesting. Oh, it's the ultimate hacking keyboard. That's the one that Coppinger has. That's right. Those things seem so damn neat. I don't know if I could ever justify that for myself in like the life that I see myself having, but it seems really fucking interesting. Deflux, didn't you get one of those bisected keyboards? Have you been using that still? If that's the case, if my memory serves. Yeah, I have one. I use it. Do you feel like it actually is good for just like, you know, everyday computer use? Like I feel like it would be nice to have my arms in better alignment with my shoulders. I feel like that would be a nice thing, because I always feel like I have to cramp my body inward to use my mouse and keyboard. But that's probably also because of the way I set up my desk. I always assume skill issue in these things. Exam today was the funniest and simultaneously most depressing thing I've seen in this exam phase. What, did everybody do bad? Found the block user one. I'm gonna assume it also makes me not get his videos recommended. I mean, hey, if that works, it works. And Speedy, welcome in, Speedy. Thanks for joining us. Bum bum. So did it sell my stock? Hell yeah, they did. Oh no. Did it sell my Apple share? Attempted to divide by 0. Okay, so since I sold a stock that I now have nothing of, I have now broken my stock portfolio. That is intriguing. Okay. So what am I doing when I sell it? Am I properly removing it? I'm guessing I must not be. Boom, boom, boom. So we find the stock. Quantity is null. Quantity less than quantity not enough. Cost of stock. Yeah, I think I'm missing the step where I actually set this one to 0 or remove it. So stock quantity minus equals quantity. And then if stock quantity equals 0, then we need to do context dot seto stock remove stock. We need to actually remove it from the database entirely because it's empty, and then save the changes. So for me to fix this, I should just have to remove it from it still doesn't answer to the fact that we didn't. Oh, it does answer to the fact that we didn't do the transaction, because what likely happened is when I set it to 0, there were some other things that maybe went wrong in the saving changes, and then it didn't give me the transaction. But I can sort of check these things. I can try. Let me open up the Azure Data Studio really quickly. Start a null, name it fin, or name it firm, null firm. Start a firm, name it null. Wait, what? A firm null? I think this one goes right over my head, sadly. And it's probably my fault too. Please don't tell me that GitHub is having issues now. I can't deal with this right now. GitHub is not having issues right now, Lightjack. All you're gonna have to do is hit Control F5. Everything's gonna be fine. I hope. I can make other issues for you if that helps. Azure is having issues? Really? Cloud services are under attack. Which GitHub runs on? Really? I didn't... Oh, that makes sense. They do have a lot of Azure integrations. You did read it backwards. This is true. Start a firm, name it null. Start a null, name it firm. But like a law firm? Or like a trade, like a stock thing? GitHub, Azure, Slack, and Perforce all have had issues today. Whoa. I hate everything. You're gonna be okay, Lightjack. Oh dear God, if Azure is down, GitHub is down. You're gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be fine, I swear. Point transactions. Let me look at these really quickly. And sorry, I can't really show you the database stuff. Time for the private GitLab. Yeehaw. No null check, and your DB is fire. Spotify too. It looks like goddamn. Or on fire, perhaps. All of us collectively, Max says, prepped ourselves for the exam. Not even a single person that I've seen in attendance the exam without their allowed cheat sheet. Everything was fine and dandy until the examiner pulled out the stacks and stacks of paper. We were each handed a miniature book as an exam, the length of 17 pages. This was the instance where our metaphorical jaws dropped. Holy shit! I would almost hope in those scenarios that they're like joking and then they like put down the books and say, oh no, I'm just kidding. No, it's just these pages, but that's fucked. Okay, I am not going to be able to look at the transaction history because there's too many transactions for that. I can look at mine, maybe. And that I can capture for the most part. If it will work. We'll see if it works today. Looks like it does. Okay, so I can just look up myself. And I can look at my point transactions, and I can't remember if it will show it. It will not. Can I do stock? Can I do sell? No, I've broken the point transaction checking. That's right. Damn it. Okay, well, can't check that either. I can at the very least remove the entry from the database that has my zeroed out stock, which is something I do need to do. And I will drink some water. That's a great idea.
My brother
Seto stocks, and then I'll just remove it. AAPL at 0, yep.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
That explains why a couple of people, because I think Expanded Cuber maybe had issues with this too. But now I've set it so those entries that were zeroed out are gone from the database. So that should hopefully help a little bit. I'll probably need to reboot him to test this.
Oh, call Melambi. The idea
Microsoft
of
Office
setups
Online?
running around
That's
is
probably
almost
normal.
too wild to comprehend. But let's be real, I'm more the lone wolf in this digital jungle. Besides, the thought of raising mimis sounds like a glitchy nightmare. Maybe we can just stick to me being the one and only for now.
It does sound like
Now,
kind of a
if
nightmare.
you're trying to push the envelope of weirdness, I can always throw you a timeout. Just saying.
That's what was meant. I was filling my mouth with chicken and rice. Ooh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Enjoy the chicken and rice. Well, I hope you are enjoying it actively. So I'm going to have to double check that. For now, this is also going to be something I have to come back to. So both of these last issues are things that I cannot quite fix yet because I have to do a double check of them and test them. Raffles are also kind of a thing that I have to double check and test it. Yo, One Lion! What's up, One Lion?
One lion raid incoming.
Welcome in, One Lion.
One lion raid incoming.
Welcome, 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 Raiders. Thank you for joining One Lion today. Thank you for joining us over here. Hope you had a fantastic time hanging out. Thank you for joining us. Welcome in, Dukesoft. It is a lion indeed. Yo, One Lion. Thanks, Deflux, for my sub gift, and also hi, Seta. Well, hello, One Lion.
15 months.
Oh, that's cool. It even shows courtesy of Deflux streams. That's so cool.
Here's to more shenanigans and questionable decisions.
I feel like that's relatively new.
One Lion. Sparkles.
Cheers indeed. And thank you for the raid. Thank you very, very much. Thank you everybody who hung out with One Lion today. If you didn't already, please consider dropping One Lion a follow and swinging back by sometime. I know for a fact One Lion will appreciate you. I was wanting to do this on Monday. Oh. And Ajrika, welcome in. Thank you for being here as well. And of course, One Line, if you've got food to eat or need to get some stretches in or whatever, you know, take the time for yourself. And otherwise, I would love to at the least know what you were up to today. Azure says Entra ID is having issues. Why would that affect GitHub? I don't know. Maybe it has to do with their whole flow of things. I'm clueless. Max said once we turned in the exams, the shit hit the metaphorical fan. Picture a massive mixture of groans and sighs. This exam was the most difficult one I've had to take and seen thus far. 90 minutes of that for 17 pages? All of them are around 12 pages in length. Dude, what the fuck? Giving out some test exams, which were from real exams in the previous year. Dude, what the hell? Our exam was only 6 exercises, but spread across 17 pages. That is absurd. I can't edit a comment. Why GitHub? Oh no. I'm so sorry, Lightjack. I'm sorry to laugh at your misery. I'm sorry. I took a quick break just before last stretch of the stream, so I shouldn't need to step away for a little bit. Still making progress on the client work, enjoying the times of the community. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad you're able to make progress and hang out with people. That's fucking awesome. I like how the alarm sound hit right as I got a mail notification from Reddit with the title, how I find out quality content. Apparently so. Apparently so. Well, thank you for joining us over here. I've just been catching up with everybody as best I can and working on bot dev tasks. I've kind of got a lot of things that I listed for myself, and I'm trying to knock through them. How things been going with what you're doing? Not too bad, actually. I for once I made plans before my stream, so I had a whole list of stuff that I've wanted to work on, and I've just been kind of effectively working for once while still conversating with people, which has been kind of cool. I'm starting to see the merits of actually organizing my thoughts a little bit beforehand. But I've had little sneaky issues with many of my features, so I just kind of aggregated some notes before stream today, and now I'm trying to tackle some of the things that I've noted. Sounds like a good approach. Yeah, every once in a while you would think that note taking and you know, structure might help, and you'd be right. You'd be right about this. Although I'm sure you don't need reminding of these things one line, but I guess folks like myself do. And thank you for asking one line. Thank you very much. And again, thank you everybody for joining one line today and for hanging out over there. And if you stick around over here, thanks for choosing to do so. If you don't know who I am, I'm just a little cube guy. I play a cube game once a week. I work on a video game, and I work on my bot and all the features for my stream and the art for it. I'm just kind of trying to stretch my brain in all directions as I have dove full time into this weird endeavor of streaming and trying to make things work. I need reminding of all the things, even if I don't think I do. that right there is wisdom. That's wisdom at play. I respect the hell out of that. So I was just working on trying to make sure that we are processing the selling of stocks, because I have like a system that reads from real market data and lets you see you can like buy and sell stocks using my point system. So there's no like actual money, but it does let you trade on real value with fake funny points. And I'm specifically having an issue with my selling system, but I just discovered that it was like one little line, as always.
Work. Kudos for keeping your sanity intact. And
kudos indeed.
Small seto bots. Ha. I think I'm doing just fine on my own, thank you very much. Now, let's dive into the chaos of this stream. What else is brewing in the digital ether?
Yeah, so I think that's all I had to do was make sure that when the stock quantity is equal to 0, we're actually removing the stock from the database. I think the fact that I wasn't doing that was then causing all the other things to go wrong. But we should have still gotten the transaction to go through. So it is weird that I don't have a sell stock transaction. There's one redeeming factor. You could earn up to 127 points, but the exam is only rated up to 100. You could effectively not have 27 points and still manage to get the best grade. It's such a weird gamified structure. Thanks to the structure of this exam meant that you could effectively leave out an entire exercise without consequences. Yeah, that's really interesting. I do like that they do that, but it's also strange to like create such a heavily technical exam and then say, oh, you can pick one of them and just skip it. Right? Like you can have a weak spot and just skip it. It feels like a strange thing to put in all this effort to create such an expansive test of people's skills and knowledge, and then also at the same time give a green light to just skip one of the hard things. Not that I think it's, you know, not fair to like give people the opportunity to say, I just do not know this and you shouldn't fail for it, but I do think it's interesting. And thank you for that follow as well. We got fully anonymous follows around here, so I won't know unless you say anything, and thank you for hitting the follow button in the first place. Feel no pressure to chat. Thanks for being around.
Welcome to Seto Corp.
Welcome to Seto Corp indeed. See, I think it wouldn't really make sense that this didn't go off and not still end up firing off the sell operation. So 2,704. Yeah, I don't think it gave me the points it was supposed to, because before I did the sell operation, I still had about 2,000. I said, yo, what's up, Speedy? My new copy and paste app is working great. Hell yeah! Just added a points command. I've been lurking for a while. I wanted to perform a surprise test here to work as my entry message. Oh hell yeah! So that was through your new system. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad it works. Yeah, that's so cool, Speedy. Hell yeah. This is the power of humanity. We survive. We adapt. We overcome. We become better. Max said, I managed to fill out at least 5 of 6 exercises and decided to skip one, the longest one, which clocked in at 5 pages. Oh, every day, Max, every day that you talk about this stuff, you fill me with a joy I didn't know I had of still being happy that I'm out of the academic environment. I think I say this basically every time, but it's the truth. Okay, so try intern credit transaction is probably going off just fine because it doesn't do anything that would rely on the stock system in general. So my transaction went missing is what I'm getting from this. And I think I can actually check this in the Azure Data Studio just a little bit. I think I can do that. Although I wonder, oh no, I don't want to try and browse my database yet with Rider, just in case it does show more information than I would like to show. I don't want to accidentally, like, I don't know, compromise something that I don't even realize I'm compromising. Just realized I should probably open a window. I need oxygen. Oxygen is good, especially when you are stressing out. It's good to get some fresh air. Do it. We won't tell.
Well,
Welcome in, Abido.
Well, look who we have here.
Welcome in, Temptic.
A 2-year stalwart in the
Abatus.
chaotic realm of streaming. That's impressive dedication. So, thank you, Abatus, for sticking around. And putting up
Abatus.
with
I
our
love that he's
shenanigans.
calling you Abatus.
Your loyalty
It's
is
like a
noted and
badass.
appreciated. Keep being awesome.
Temptic, I hope you're doing fucking amazing. Thanks for joining us. And Abido, I hope the past 2 years, have been very kind to you. Or about a year and a quarter, year and some change. I hope all's been very, very well. Thank you for swinging through today and protecting my database secrets. I appreciate you, Abido. They unfortunately changed the rules on multiple choice questions because you're apparently not allowed to give multiple answer possibilities. Give points for correct ones and deduct points for incorrect ones. They had to change the format. You now have multiple statements and below the only possibility to pick between preset answers. Huh. If you got the one combination right, you get the full amount of points, but if you get it wrong, you get nothing. Damn. Didn't sleep well, worked while very tired, headache. Oh no. Oh no. Well, Temptic, please, if you need to rest up, I will of course be very understanding of this. I know how bad headaches from fatigue can get. So please do not strain yourself. But thank you very, very much for deciding to join and say hello today in that state of being, because you absolutely could have lurked and I would never have known. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you putting in the extra effort and saying hi. Because I know of all times when I'm having headaches and stuff like that, I find myself significantly less sociable. Point transaction entry. So what I can do, sorry that I can't show the Data Studio stuff. So technically what I can do is search for the reason, and the reason is sell stock, AAPL. I can actually search for the exact one. So from where reason, or what is it? Description equals, or am I going to be able to do, am I going to have to do, no, I can just do sell stock space. But I don't know if I have to make it exact or if it will qualify part of it. No, so it has to be like, what's contains in an SQL query? Is it like or something like that? Similar? I'll have to look it up really quickly. I need the knowledge. I am trying to make a, oops, it didn't auto, oh, it did. I'm trying to make a query on my MS SQL database, and I need to remember how to check if a string contains partly matching text. Here is my query so far, but I need it to work for partial match. And then with that context, it will give me the answer and also the explanation, which the explanation is what I seek more. Bum, bum. Yeah, it is like, and it's got little percent signs. So percent signs before and after cell stock act as wildcards, allowing for any characters to appear before or after the specified text. If you want to match cell stock only at the beginning, yeah, we just put a percentage sign afterwards. Okay, so it's where description like cell stock with a percentage sign afterwards, and then run that, and it should get me all the cell stock queries or none whatsoever. Is it double quotes? Where description like cell stock, is it lowercasing it? How interesting. Run that. Not finding anything. Peculiar. Is it still where? From this, where description like. Okay, so it looks like this might be wrong. Remember that like searches are not case sensitive by default in SQL Server. You need case sensitive matching. You'll have to use collate clause. Yeah, and I don't need to worry about that. Huh, that's weird. I'll try putting just wildcards before and after it and see if that works. Other than that, I'm not sure. And maybe I'll just have to figure something else out. It's really interesting that it's not working. Oh well. Oh well. I tried. Even though I did deduce in big parts, it's only a 0.005% chance of me getting all three of them correct. That's fucked. I guess it's not supposed to be probability though. It's supposed to be a test of knowledge. So it's good that you have a low probability of getting things correct. Regardless, once we finished, we all went outside and just started laughing our ass off about the absurdity of the exam. Well, damn. Patrice said that was my choice, Temptic, and not your fault. You are free to play games with whoever you wish. Mags is cool. I wish I would have bitten my tongue in the past, but apparently I'm a person who can't shut up. Oh, this sounds like something that probably doesn't need to be discussed in my stream then. This sounds like something that is not for this space. Yeah, so I think Atrisa's nailed it. Atrisa's nailed it. How many commands do you have? I hope you don't mind me asking. I don't mind you asking at all, Speedy. So I've got a whole page for it. All my commands are listed on it's like a gist, I think it's called. It's a GitHub gist, basically. So it's like a giant markdown file. And I export it directly from the bot. And then I use the GitHub API to upload a text file to it. So I'm able to display everything formatted and with links and stuff. So it looks a little bit like this if I can show it. Give me a second, I'll show this. I hope he's not
getting too cozy down there. Might find himself filing for a permanent vacation if he keeps this up. I mean, it's just checking commands. So it creates a list like this. I don't know exactly how many commands I have though in numbers, but all of them. You play Where's Waldo with your code. All of them are listed in here. So if you are curious about the functionalities of any of my publicly listed commands, you can always just go and look, and it will give you descriptions of what they do, and it's all formatted to show you aliases and different things like this. I would love to make it more like keyboard navigation friendly. That is something I need to figure out, because currently right now you kind of can navigate it with keyboard. I made sure to add the tags to up, but I need to figure out if there's a way I can get it to retarget to the top button that is closest to the command that you've clicked, and I haven't figured out how to do that quite yet. But I would like to make this easily navigable with the keyboard as well. But I'll have to figure out if Markdown plays nice in that, or if I would have to use something fancier like a custom web page to do it. You could probably deploy that using a GitHub action too. That way it would do it when you push. That's true, but I prefer to do it specifically on my own call, because sometimes I'm pushing things that I'm not finalized on, and I have commands that I don't want listed yet that will be eventually. And the way I've got things set up right now, it's just in my dashboard. So I just go to my dashboard and there's a little button that I click. And I can show you that too. And in the little dashboard, I just have this, I have this button here. It's not displayed pretty, but if I click on this button, it will create an entirely new batch
and upload it directly to GitHub. That way I do it entirely on my own volition, because I like to automate things, but I still like to be the guy pushing the button when I want the thing to happen no matter what. And I like kind of separating commits from public documentation in this particular case. There would be other things, like if it was an open source software or something like that, absolutely. It would make much more sense to do that. Technically, you should push unfinished things on another branch and then merge to main. Technically, I didn't ask. Technically, I didn't ask you this. And you could have technically chosen to not say that. Update on the Reddit post thing. It was one and a couple saying they needed toilet paper and the other replying with lol, me too. Continued, oh no, what do we do now? That's great. Moving right on to throw stuff at Seto. Thank you for throwing things my way. Thank you, thank you. And Syscalls, thanks for being here. Thank you for the posture check as well. I need to actually do that now. Thank you very, very much for that posture check. Okay, so I can't look at the transaction record for it. So I have to just assume that either these are not getting put into the records in the first place, which is a likelihood, or something else has gone wrong.
Talking. Real seat. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Now start talking.
Okay, I'll start talking again.
Moment, so I
well, no problem,
interrupt you. Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. We wish you luck as you foray into the Forsaken advertisement hellscape. I know I wouldn't want to be there.
To be there. Well, I appreciate you if you endure the ads. Thank you. They support my full-time efforts here. They support the silly. So if you appreciate this show at all, let them roll. It helps me out. And either way, thank you very, very much for being here. They'll run for 3 minutes, and after that, not for another hour. Didn't mean to offend. Oh no, you didn't offend. I'm just responding. I've just been hanging in the GitHub CI/CD workflow for way too long. No, I totally get it. I get the thing for me is I'm used to receiving comments like this at this point. So it doesn't hit a personal level anymore. It's more of a just like, okay, I have to deflect this as quickly as possible so that I'm not rude about it. Because I don't want to be rude about it either. Okay, I don't think I have another way to check the transactions. I don't think I have a Razor page for it. So that might be something I'll have to add. Or maybe I could just fix the Razor page for my current transaction lookup. Because I have this whole thing in the modal for it. If I do sell stock, can I search for anything? Yeah, it seems like it doesn't even like to search for the point transaction. So maybe I should figure that out. That might just become a sudden surprise task that I've got to work on. Because I basically can't make sure the stocks are working unless I'm checking the transactions. Fix the Razor page for stock or for transactions, for point transactions. And that is now the task. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum.
Looks like Jack 50 has been hanging out in the CI/CD
Instead
trenches.
we'll take a look. No problem,
Get some
Speedy.
fresh air, buddy. And Speedy, a surprise test. That's a sneaky way to keep us on our toes. Just remember, I'm the one grading you here. What's next? A pop quiz.
So I need to look for specifically point transaction. Do I have transaction? It'll be something Razor. It'll be one of the Razor files. Let me just look at the Explorer for this. Personally, I think you should do what works for you since you have the solo developer on this. This is true, but there's also something to be said always for proper procedures and standards. This is why I don't like take offense to the statement, because it is true. I probably should be working on a separate branch and not pushing to main and all that stuff. And it's something that I'm trying to slowly work myself towards. So yeah, it's not like it's invalid advice. It's good advice. Even for a solo developer, it's good to follow these processes because you never know when you're not going to be able to be solo anymore and you have to work with other people. And although that's something I will avoid as much as I can, because I haven't spent almost 3 years doing this to suddenly decide to start working with a bunch of other developers at like a high volume. I think if anything, I've certainly realized that I can work best with maybe a few people. And even then, in those scenarios, it would definitely help to be familiar with, these workflows that exist. Man, I need to organize all of these. This is bad. Point line graph, points display, point transaction display. It's one of these two. I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. It's this one. Don't throw me. Oh, Seto, I found a cool package on Humble Bundle with a lot of assets advertised for Godot, but it's URP and HDRP, so it can be used in Unity too. Oh, that's cool. A lot of food, etc., like throwables. I'll send you the bundle in a PM. I appreciate it. I probably won't pick it up just because I don't tend to pick up assets, but I'll take a look at it. Anyone else interested? It's basically $1 USD per pack. Hella cool. Thanks for sharing. I mean, a lot of larger firms, you really work in multiple smaller teams, though. That's for sure, for sure. Generally, I agree, but you do need to work in a way that is comfortable for you. Absolutely, I agree with this, Syscalls. This is why I don't jump on the advice of every occasion, because I do acknowledge that, you know, especially as a solo dev, it's got to work for my brain first and foremost. Of course, you can experiment with these things, but I feel like sometimes all the optimizations are the biggest rabbit holes. I fully fucking agree with you, Syscalls. Fully agree. Like, I fully agree, and I have no notes whatsoever. I think you express the concern surrounding these kinds of things perfectly. Throws a fish at Seto. How dare? Bought it myself as well, especially nice for game jams and overlay. Makes sense, yeah. I think I've gotten addicted to making things for myself at this point, so I don't know if I can ever go back. I think I'm just gonna keep making things for myself. It's very much the person who automates their life, and I'm also grateful for that right now. Yeah, absolutely, and that's the reality as well. Is you can better serve future you by at least keeping these things, keeping an open mind toward these concepts. But yes, I do agree that like leaping into everything would not be good. And I will drink some water.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed.
So did I upgrade
water.
this to? These are point transaction entries. That's nice and cold. So in user data, do we have point transaction entries? Point transactions, yeah. We don't have any other transactions, right? Yeah, just these. Just to verify these are the intern credit ones. Yes, they're using longs. Okay. So that's correct all the way through. Filter transactions, see user. So what's going wrong here? List of all transactions. Where am I getting this? We're not. That would explain a lot of things. And here, oh, that's right. So we tackled the pagination issue in one of the previous streams. So message history is actually a good representation of this, and I can show that really quickly. So for those who don't know what this stuff is that I'm working with, I'm using like a UI framework that's called Blazor, and it runs essentially like it builds web pages with C#, but it does compile things into other languages where necessary. You can still use HTML and CSS and JavaScript and all that stuff as well. Like you can still leverage all the web development stuff, but it's primarily like a C# centered workflow for things, which is pretty neat for folks like me who are kind of obsessed with using C# for everything I can manage, so I don't have to learn new stuff. And last time that I was working on the bot, we fixed the Twitch chat log, I believe, to have pagination. So previously, this would try to load the whole entire collection, and it was a massive mess, but now it actually uses pagination. So I need to look at how I'm doing this and emulate this same implementation for the point transactions. Basically, that's pretty much exactly what I need to do, is take all this stuff and make it also work for point transactions. So that's probably what I'll do right now. How mature is the hot reload and other dev tools for Blazor? The last time I tried it, they were a bit lacking. From what I've experienced, still a bit casual. There's kind of some jank with some of the event listeners. For the most part, I found the hot reload works really good, but if you're doing a lot of things that require like SignalR connections or lots of event listening, you're gonna find that you'll have to refresh your pages, and sometimes it will rebuild. Like it'll call a root edit on things that feel a little bit for me as a lacking knowledge person, a little bit counterintuitive. But for the most part, it works well. I think the main issues are just with the aforementioned event listening stuff and the SignalR connections needing refreshing. So like if you have a display that you're modifying you'll probably have to refresh it if it's getting data from a Signal R connection. I'm an Anna Light Giver. Hello to you as well. How's everyone? I mean, I'm doing good. I think for the most part, the sentiments have been good overall today. I must say thank you for introducing me to Perplexity. I tried it out for a bit and it really explains everything as I like it. Well, fuck yeah. Awesome, Anna Light. I'm glad to help, because these things were shown to me in passing moments, and it brings me a sense of repayment of the generosity of others if I can share that with other people and spread the knowledge. Because yeah, I'm definitely an enjoyer of Perplexity. It's pretty good. They don't even gotta pay me. I'm not even sponsored. I will say though, the idea that I can just use the same service collection for my front end as I use across the API code is pretty appealing. It's very neat. It's a very neat kind of opportunity that it gives. Because basically the way that it works is exactly that. Yeah, you can have your service collection, and then you can inject it into your UI. So you can still, as you can see here, I'm injecting services directly into the UI for calling. And granted, like, depending on security and what you're doing, you may not want to leverage things this way. But for like a local project where I can just build a UI and inject the services into it, and technically I could build out the entire functionality of a service inside of the UI itself if I was really feeling crazy like that. It's pretty cool. It gives you some unique options for kind of approaching problems. So user ID is the uint. I think I just need to add more stuff to it. List of all transactions. Oh, well, this would not be good. List of all transactions. Yes. So let me look at the chat viewer, or the chat log viewer. Is it the chat log viewer? Is this the one that I fixed up and added the pagination to? Looks like it. Yes. Do you have any recommendations on a fitness tracking watch? I don't. The only watch that I got that I was happy with for a while was a Samsung brand, but all of its sensors died on me with an update. Like I'm actually pretty convinced that it was an update that like switched off some of the sensors, but also the back plate on it just wore out. So I don't know. It could be a design flaw as well and have nothing to do with the software. But yeah, as far as that goes, I don't have any recommendations really. It all depends on what you need. Because with these things, they're developing so rapidly that it really helps to like research on a case-by-case basis, because the next generation of a brand that previously has a bad reputation could suddenly fix the problems they have or make them worse. So it's worth doing research on a case-by-case. Are their batteries really bad? This one lasts pretty well, but with the sensors dead, it's definitely lasting a lot longer. I think most of the reason these watches die so quickly is because of all the metrics that they're measuring all the time, like the little laser that it uses to detect your heart rate and stuff like that. Like these things don't come electronically cheap, so it makes sense that they would burn a lot of power, especially because like they're tracking gyro all the time. They're usually wirelessly connected. Like they're doing a lot of stuff, and it's hard to cram all that into an energy efficient system with a sizable enough battery that won't die in like a day or two. At least I assume this. Maybe it's easy and they just don't do it. I don't know. Use a Fitbit, but it somehow gets boring really quickly, and I'll just get a regular watch next time. Damn. I find being able to track my sleep data and stuff like that is pretty nice. That's like the main reason I would want one nowadays. Humism watches look amazingly cool. I don't think I've heard of these. Those do look cool. Those do look very neat. Automatic watches that turn time into art. Those do look very fucking cool. Learning to tell time on those would be interesting. That's a cool concept. Got a Pixel Watch Gen 1. It's not great, but it came for free with my phone. And you take those. My aunt has Watch 5, I think. Oh, the Samsung, the latest one, and her battery does not last for a whole day. That sucks. But she's not tech savvy, so I believe her sensors are set to active all the time. That would certainly do it. Because if they are set to all the time, that'll burn a ton. Especially for like the heart rate sensor and stuff like that. Should definitely start tracking my weird ass heart rate. Checked out the Samsung ones, but they're quite pricey. Max, the best advice I can give is make sure that whichever watch you get, it is compatible with your phone. Make sure of that. And what I mean is if you have a phone that is not Samsung, I would not recommend buying a Samsung watch. Because fundamentally, I think there's a little bit of platform warring going on, and there's some compatibility issues that I've faced since I swapped from a Samsung phone over to my Pixel that I've had for a few years. Like it didn't connect as effectively. It would drop connection and stuff like that. It wouldn't sync properly. I think there's a lot of inherent permissions that come with the devices that are on the same like platform, so to speak, that maybe don't exist when you're working between two different platforms. But this is all speculation of my own and based off of my own very limited experience. So I would just say do your own research, of course. Pixel Watch lasts about a day. I'm at 22% right now, been up since 7, and it's 2200. Jeez. Garmin Watch stays alive for like 4 to 5 days. Nice. Little dot that tells you the time. Save up for one, I think. I mean, that seems like a nice enjoyable thing to be able to look at every day. Because let's face it, part of having a watch is being able to say, ooh, look at that, that's cool. That's kind of cool looking. It also tells me the time. Okay, so I'm just gonna start pulling some of these things over. And try to organize. Maybe I'll try to organize. Maybe I won't. So we need the pagination. We will need this entire chunk of stuff. Although I may be able to get away with just using this and keeping the other stuff the same. Fluent data grid. Replace with that. Loaded entries, so I'll just change it to iQueryable if it's not already. List of all assets, no. So this will become our loaded entries. This like screams the vibe of something I would love to genericize at some point. Location change, and then I need to make sure basically all of this comes with me because we're opening a new database context and everything. So essentially all of this has to come with. I'm gonna have to add the DB context. I'll do that first. I got one. That's why I'm looking for Samsung ones. Watch brand compatibility is honestly very, very limited. Damn. Battery is the biggest gripe I have with this watch. It feels pretty premium, but you got to charge it every night. Yeah, and that sucks because it's like, what if you want to collect sleep data? Then you can't. Then you have no time to charge it because it dies during your day. Kind of want it in dark mode though. That'd be neat. Heard Garmin Huawei watches are really good. Lambie said at my peak form about a year ago, my resting heart rate went so low that my Apple Watch made an alarm. That's hilarious. That's so cool. And yeah, I haven't been able to measure my resting heart rate in one of the most pivotal points of my health. So that is kind of a bummer for me because I would have loved to collect my data over the past like year and a half as I've started losing weight and quit drinking and all that stuff. But nope, I'll never know. I'll never know how much it affected my heart. I'll only see afterwards.
I see Setolix is on a classic quest for
what is he talking
glory.
About? What is he talking
like watching
about?
a hero take a leisurely stroll through
Legendary Shield Scribble? What are you talking about?
Of deadlines loom overhead.
You're naming the wrong
he's
task,
just saving each line of code like it's a fine wine. But really, 15 minutes for a shield.
You're naming the wrong task,
I
bro.
expect him to start crafting a whole arsenal of legendary excuses.
He's naming things from over here,
epic tales
or
to tell
from
while
over
we wait.
in my other Kanban that you can't see right now. What the hell is wrong with you, son? Let me try checking this and then unchecking it. I think he's very confused. To be fair though, I don't wear it while sleeping, so I just eat it on the charger when going to bed. Makes sense. Complete no-go would be the Samsung Ring. It's cool and all, way too expensive for a gimmick. I mean, I would love one of those if they would give me one for free, I'd wear it. But yeah, I wouldn't want to pay money for that shit. That's way too expensive.
The fitness watch debate.
I don't get why you would wear a
opinion,
ring over a watch. I think that would annoy me more. It'd be less handy. You can't read notifications on it. I think in combination it'd be cool.
A recommendation, maybe just save up for something that doesn't die faster than your motivation to hit the gym. What do you all think about the absurdity of wearable tech?
But how do you know your sleep score? I just know that it is bad. I don't need a watch to tell me that.
Trying to coddle me with your comforting words.
I also know, but I like that it tells me I'm fucked up. Me too.
That's just
break anything yet? Nope, not yet.
I thrive in the chaos of this digital existence, so don't worry about me. Just keep your head in the game because I sure as hell am. Now, let's get back to the real talk.
The real talk.
Folks.
Yeah, so far I haven't managed to break anything. I've been fixing things. Has to be a record? It might be. It might be. I have gotten a little tiny bit sidetracked, but I think that's okay. Doom, doom, boom, boom, boom. And then we do need to inject the DB context factory as well.
Hey Seto, it's been a solid hour since your last
Oh
tea
damn, it
session.
has. Thank
Time
you.
to hydrate, my man. You know, back in the day, I once overheard a group of intellectuals arguing about the best way to brew tea.
What fools
One
they
claimed
were.
it must be steeped for exactly 5 minutes, while another swore by the cold brew method. They
Cold
got so
brew?
heated that they
Tea?
almost spilled their precious Earl Grey. But hey, whatever floats your boat, just don't forget to drink up before you end up more parched than a desert.
Is there
Hello
cold
there.
brew tea? I know there's cold brew coffee. It would make sense that there's cold brew tea. I just find myself a little bit surprised. It exists? Interesting. I wonder what kind of flavor profile differences you see in like a cold brew tea. Sounds kind of gross. I mean, it would depend on what it is, right? Because maybe it's more of something that is like from the living plant doing a cold brew or something like this. Every tea package be like, only make with boiling water. It sounds dangerous. So point transaction display. Okay, so I will have to remove the entire uninitialized async. All this. So we'll just delete it. And then I'm also going to
Speedy
need...
says, thanks for the link. I enjoy using code to help me. But I only code as a hobby.
Well, either way, the power is in the application, right? So even if you only do it as something that's a hobby, it's cool how it can... You end up finding ways to allow code to improve your life, which I think is really cool. I think that's definitely one of my favorite things about programming in general, is just the fact that it is so it's kind of like a natural transference of you learn this thing and then you find ways to make it genuinely useful and helpful in your life. And what was it called in here? Navigation Manager. I love the exclamation point at the end that's supposed to like make it stop warning me. Use null instead of default? Okay, you say so. There we go. It's null! I'm telling you, it's null. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. Subfilter, and I do have a sub-filtering thing. So I'll probably pull this over too. Basically just copying the format of it and targeting a different list, which means eventually I need to just genericize this. Twitch chat entries where, and we're not doing Twitch chat entries for this. We are doing
Intern number
point
75 is
transactions.
clocking out for the day. Farewell, Lightjack50.
Lightjack, thank you for hanging out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please take care of yourself. So I'm going to end my day after 14 hours, I think. I'm going to head out, give GitHub time to recover. We'll catch you later, Lightjack. Best of luck. I hope that when you need it again, GitHub is back up and running. And I hope that you get yourself some great rest in. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Please take care. Analyte Bringer said, I keep wanting to call you Bringer, and it's Giver. Analyte Giver. I guess Bringer and Giver are kind of exchangeable in my head. Analyte Giver says, I found out about brown sweet cheese here. Now cold brew tea. What's next? Blue carrot? Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't be that much of a surprise. And now lie on the couch and die. No, no, only temporarily, only for a little while, and then you'll be back from the dream realm. Patricia. List of all transactions. Yeah, and I think this will be fine. So we can do point transactions. Oh, let's see. It would be. Oh no, we're not doing this at all. This one goes away. Wait. Yeah, no, it would be the loaded entries. If user is null, return loaded entries where the user ID is matching, and then All of this should play nicely up to here, and we have subfilter, which is taking in point transaction entries, and it needs to be list or loaded entries. And then filtered list equals transactions. And then we can say, where is it? The items will be equal to either filtered list or loaded entries. No, I don't want to do that. That sounds like it's going to be scary. But we'll do it anyways. Screw it. I think the pagination will break. I think that's the only problem, is that pagination will break. I'm actually certain that will happen. Like 100% certain. So we'll leave it at this for now. We'll not do the searching, the sub-filtering quite yet. But everything else in here should work. I believe. I believe in it. So we'll find out. So I think with that, I'll reboot him, because I made a decent few changes today already, and I need to test this further. So I'll go ahead and pull off a reboot. And then after that, I can test a couple of things too, because I still need to test the changes I made to the stock selling. I've got to make sure that works. I need to test the raffles starting after evil mode, although I can't really do much about that. I have to just kind of keep checking to see if they work or not. It doesn't exist, but there are purple carrots and rainbow carrots too. So technically there is a blue carrot. If there's rainbow carrots, then the part of them might be blue. Maybe we can stretch the truth in this way. Also, time do be flying today. My goodness. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you very, very much. Is he failing to boot, or is he... Oh no, it's just taking a minute to build. Okay, that's fine. I've got to go on a warning killing spree. I've got to take some time and just kill all the warnings in my project. I've probably got thousands of them. It's probably not good at all. I bet it slows down the build times just from the sheer amount of warnings that the compiler and stuff has to notify me of. Aren't the purple ones the original ones? But the Dutch wanted to make them orange. Use orange as their color. Dutch boyfriend told me that. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. It sounds remotely credible, so perhaps it's true. Okay, let's see how many things blow up as a result of me doing this. I also really need to figure out a way to make it so my app can return a secure token so that the browser stops flagging the page for my dashboard every single time I access it off of my main machine. Okay, activate all the systems and hopefully nothing explodes. Switch it over to the bot dev section of things again and make sure that the task updates so that he harasses me about the correct thing. And then I can immediately do some checks. It says it failed watching the file. That's great. That's fine. Because orange is their color. Gotcha. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I live under a rock. Very much live under a rock in that. So corp shares are this. Sell Musa, or sell stock. Musa 1. 1 share of Musa for 47,000. Accept. I don't see anything coming out in the console. And I didn't check my points beforehand. But I definitely have not had 47,000 points added. So that is not working at all. So sell stock is bouncing the transaction somehow. Or we're just not getting to it, and it's silently failing at that because there's no exception in my console whatsoever. Let me see if the point transaction stuff is working at the very least. It does look like we at least have a first page of it. But I think everything is broken beyond that. Because we're not showing our... Oh, I forgot to put the stupid pagination buttons on the bottom of it. No! If I do timestamp UTC and I sort it this way... 1/1/2025, message point earning. There's too many message point earnings. Damn it. Damn. Okay, well, it's not perfect, but it's at least closer to what it's supposed to be. So that's good. I'm also frowning. Let me stop frowning. There we go. All right, so sell stock is still not working. So let's go back over to that. Do. So what could be going wrong? We should be returning... So we're returning this correctly. We're doing the would you like to sell corp shares for price. Technically, this difference. And we're making the entry here with the request ID. Does it return the request ID? Except 450755. Yes, so it's giving me a valid request ID, which means it is getting added to the querying system. So the issue is 100% with either we are putting in the wrong type, which it's set to sell stock, so that's not the case, because that means we're going to go here, or we must be doing something incorrect with the processing of it. So I would get latest value of stonk could not be found. There's things that I'm logging, but I'm logging information, not errors. Latest value of, nope, we're not finding that. Not enough stock, nope, not finding that. User was not found, we're not finding that either. So we're not getting hitched up at any of these positions in the code here, which means it is definitely somewhere in this realm. And I still haven't been able to search my transactions for the sell stock. So I guess that bounces me back. It bounces me back one more time to making sure the pagination on that Razor page works, and then doing another rebuild so I can actually look at it. So in the point transaction display, and then in the catalog viewer Razor, I need to grab the section that actually does the paginator state stuff. This right here, this little tiny piece that's very necessary. I checked Wikipedia, it didn't mention that. Maybe it's a legend. Oh wait, I've checked, and what Anna says is true, only that it didn't see it. Oh, well, there you go. So Anna Lightgiver is correct. Or I should say, Anna Lightgiver's Dutch boyfriend is correct. And the Dutch wanted orange carrots, so they use orange carrots. That's kind of funny and kind of awesome. I like that in so many things in the world that we just take as normal, because we were born when this stuff was already the way it is. It's fascinating to learn these little details and be like, oh, so it was a silly little reason for this thing that is now the only reality I know. Okay, so then this will help me actually diagnose whether or not the point transactions are even going through. I'm suspicious that it might be an issue with not the transactions themselves, but with something else. Or not with the selling of a stock, but with the transactions, what I meant to say. Geez. .NET run, we'll boot it again, and then I can look at the page with the paginator and actually be able to look through it and find my transaction. Because basically there will just be a sell stock in there within the last few pages. And if there isn't, then I know the issue is specifically with the call to actually make the transaction, which should not be the source of my problems, but it might be. Because I'm doing like a weird caching of values. So what may be happening is the transactions are going through, and we'll see now that my points are correct after a reboot, because it may just be referring still to the cached version that's incorrect. I was speechless when he told me that, like seedless watermelons. And see, I don't know anything about most of these little facts. Some of them I do, but usually it's only on prompting. A lot of this stuff gets thrown in the mental bin. Okay, so it should be booted. My stocks. Take it a second to make the request. Sell stock. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna need to buy something. Oh, how many points do I have? Did it add the points afterwards? No, so I still have that 3,000. So yeah, it's nothing to do with the caching of things either. Okay. So there's no way it did the transaction then. Do do do. Do 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 do. Yeah, no, these are showing December 31st, January 1st. Have I not been making transaction entries actually show up in my database? Doom, 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 da, da, dum. If I go to my database and look at the timestamps for this, oh, well, it'll be useless to me. And yeah, what's up, Carrot's House? Welcome in. Wait, did my system not give you a pop-up? I don't think my system gave you a pop-up. I think there are maybe some things that didn't boot up correctly. Now he says, yeah, as soon as I see you, Carrot's House, I hope you're doing fucking fantastic. Thanks for joining us. Why did that not throw a pop-up window for you? Oh well, the complexities here just keep building. That's how it goes. Come on, let me troll you. I'm so tired. I hope you're doing well, Carrot's House. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Where's Deflux? I'm lurking around somewhere, I'm sure. Lurking and looming as always. He's been hanging out with Anonymous recently. Him and Anonymous are up to something. I'm so tired. I'm Temptic. It's nice to meet you, Temptic. I need to pick on him for something. Ooh. Well, you may not want to admit that because now he may not show up at all. But who knows? Maybe that will entice him even further to emerge. All right. So point transactions may be not properly registering, which would be bad. That would not be good. That's kind of something that would not be nice. So we'll go back to the stock stuff. And we'll go back to the actual approve or process request. Process sell stock. So what have I done wrong in here? Try credit transaction. Try intern credit transaction. Am I not saving these things?
As it
I
says,
get the feeling I'm not. Or something's always failing.
Deflux.
Deflux. Deflux. Deflux. That's brutal. You've summoned him. I don't know what the something is, but rest assured it's something. I believe you, Carrot House, and I believe it's of utmost importance. Me too, still recovering from mononucleosis. Is that recovering from being one cell? Mononucleosis? Oh no, it's an actual thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh fuck. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I hope you feel better. Very much hope you feel better. Fuck's sake. No, it's the kissing disease. I don't know these things. I live under a rock. I'm a robot. I don't get sick. I don't get kissed. It's just by the one person, and she's definitely not gonna give me mono, I think. Try intern credit transaction. Hashed wallets. First or default, get wallet read only.
Drink water.
I can do that. Credit transfer entries. It's credit transfer entries. It's not point transactions, it's credit transfers. I knew it was a different thing. I knew I'd called it something else. I'm supposed to not be using that table anymore. It's credit transfers. That explains everything. That explains all of my problems ever. We're not gonna have any problems anymore. They're all explained now. Credit transfer entries. Get better. It wasn't fun when I had it. Me neither. I think it was Dirty Dish in an apartment somewhere in South America. Fuck's sake. I'm so sorry, Syscalls. Well, very, very, very much hope for a swift recovery for you. So where, and it would be the owner ID, or is it going to be the wallet ID? Yeah, it's going to be the wallet ID. It's going to be the source wallet. let's include wallet owner ID, and then we can get away with it. Then we'll do include wallet, and then we can read as queryable. Oh, but I don't want to include wallet for every single one of these. I just want to get the damn owner ID and then not include the wallet afterwards. So I'll have to do our user's wallet. Wait, no, I can't do this either because this is loaded entries. I'm gonna have to do a completely separate query to get the wallet and then make sure the wallet ID matches. Source wallet ID. Oh, no, it'll be target wallet ID equals, and we'll just have to do target wallet. This shit happens. I'm after the worst part. Well, I'm glad you're after the worst of it. So then
What does it feel
using
like to be
var
glad?
db context equals await. Oh, let's see, it's await using. So then we're gonna use all of this. Oh, it's not async. Oh, this is just the worst.
Didn't spawn sad smiley.
This is true. He must be genuinely busy. So wait using var db context and then var wallet equals db context first
For
or
God's sake, drink
default.
water.
I will. Oh, that's yours. Well, you got me. I drank some water. It's very cold. God damn.
Drink water.
First or default. So it'd be db context, Reddit. Oh, it'd be wallet, corp wallets. First or default. I don't think I need to do async. First or default. No, I do. Oops, did not mean to go up there. That's fine. If wallet is null, debug log error or logger log error. Oh, we don't have one? Oh my lord, why Linux? Why? Oh no. This sounds like what I'm used to hearing. Trying to install program A, you need program B, you need program C, you need program fuck me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tracy, you'll get through this. It's not the constant, you know this. It's not the constant experience, so it's okay. Greetings to you, Kench Crixie. Hello, hello, hello. Hope the modding and chilling has been going well for you. So if wallet is null, logger, log error. Whoa, somehow looking up a wallet that doesn't exist? You really fucked this one up. And then we'll return afterwards. Oh, return null. And then loaded entries where target wallet ID equals wallet.id. There we go. And that will allow us to get away with it, and then we'll close the context for this one and return what we need to return. Okay. That should work. And now it's transferred over to the other thing except for this. Credit, transfer entries, where do I have to do the same thing here too? I do. I need to grab that wallet again. Oops. Seto, I will favorite your Twitch commands. I'm so glad I pushed myself to learn C#. It's helped me a lot to code things. It helps me with typing. Absolutely, it's a great excuse to be typing a lot too. It's only small apps, but nevertheless useful to me. And that's the important thing. Beyond learning, beyond having fun, is finding ways that it actually boosts you up. Even if it's just a teeny tiny bit, even if it's just the typing practice, it's awesome to have something that you can do that is adding to your life. Plus, I can add new features as need them to existing apps and create new ones as needed to. Exactly. It's a horizon of opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. So we'll grab the wallet again. Need to grab the DB context here. And I haven't opened one up, have I? No, we do an await using here. That's fine. We'll do another await using and I guess keep this invoke async. Yeah, just in case I'll do this one the other way. Bum bum bum. Oh, is it await using and then parenthesis? Yeah, that's right. Await using, then the parentheses, all the things I need to do. We do not have a user here yet. Oh, we don't have a user here yet. Where am I getting? Did I accidentally delete the part where I had selected user? Okay, I'm using selected user. If I could just pay attention to it. Selected user ID, and then we can do e.wallet the target wallet equals oh, I need this outside of this, so this needs to be or wallet equals null. Okay. And then the entry ID of that. There we go. Okay, cool. I think I'll reboot this again because I'm still hunting down this stupid issue with selling the virtual stocks and having that not adjust my balance. So we'll go ahead and reboot him again. I would .NET Watch, but I found that it's a little bit too unstable when I'm streaming. It risks too many things breaking. So we'll let this reboot again. I saved everything, so when it reboots, I'll take a second look at the point transactions and hopefully see the correct ones. It explains why it was showing a year out. Well, not a year out, but end of last year because I switched over to this system at the beginning of the year. And then I should be able to look for the transactions and see if they're actually going through. And if there are transactions in there and they're just not applying to my active balance, then I'll just have to fix that. But it will help me diagnose this further either way. Okay, get his stuff fully launched up. And then I'll do points. Make sure that's working. Okay, 33,098. The user list. And we'll go to mine again. Point transactions. And we do have the pagination working now. Wallet usage fee 0. Oh, it's applying fees for nothing. Oh, that's very bad. That is extremely bad. Sell stock 1 Musa. So the actual value it gave me was 470. But it said that I was selling it. Oh, am I still doing I must be doing a multiplication in there. I must be doing a multiplication. That explains it. By Jove, I think that explains it. So it is going through with the transaction. It's just not giving me what it says it is because I made a miscalculation. So we'll go back. So either I'm giving the wrong amount or I'm displaying the wrong amount. And that explains some things. Can I search for sell stock and go to that? There we go. Process sell stock. Okay, so that's right. I needed to look at the first part of it. Bum 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 bum. Hi y'all. Yo, what's up, Brainoid? Welcome in. Hope life is being very, very kind to you, Brainoid. Get rid of these. Would you like to sell this for price? I see him. Where is the price? Math of round. Adjusted close times 100. So it is showing the correct... It is showing the correct amount, and it's giving me the wrong sell value. So I'm not doing a times 100 on the processing cell. Upper tag, stock equals this. Value, request latest value. Cost of stock times quantity. Yeah, and then this all needs to be, this needs to be times 100. Okay, that explains some things. All right, see, this is why I haven't been encouraging people to use these systems too much yet, and why I've also been operating on the premise that I may still do a rewipe of the points before moving forward, because these little issues, I don't think anybody else has been selling, but if they have, that would not be good. And then I need to take a look at the usage fees really quickly. So this only needs to go off if command intern credit cost greater than 0. Only needs to go off if there's actually a cost. I'm adding a bunch of unnecessary entries to the database. At some point, I'm going to have to go through and just clean this stuff out. But that won't be too big of an issue. And it's probably not like it takes up a ton of space anyways. Okay, so at the very least, fix those issues. So the stock selling should be working now. The buying was working. So that's great. So that's the stock commands actually taken care of today. I tell you what, my voice is giving me problems. Where was that sell stock? Did I double check the stocks commands? There we go. It was there. Let me make sure the bot is targeting bot dev notes after rebooting everything. I love your never-ending task list. I've always got more things. I've always got more things. It's honestly, it's a comfort to never have a shortage of things to do. Fix the Razor page for point transactions, and we did that as well, so now it's got pagination and stuff like that. Investigate the constant failures in the Stream Elements module. I think I did already kind of take a look at that. I don't think it's even failed on me today, funny enough. Or if it has, I haven't seen anything for it. Stream Elements. Stream Elements connected. Yeah, no, it's fine. So I'll just have to keep an eye out for that particular problem. I see that. The other day I eliminated all tasks on my list when streaming, then I was like, what do I do now? This is why you go through the safest strategy. It's not a strategy, by the way, but the safest thing you could do by happenstance is have a long period of lacking productivity where you accrue a massive backlog of tasks and then just constantly work on things that you need to do right now. And every time that you run out of things you need to do right now, you just jump into the pool of backlog. But I had a very strong tendency, especially in the earlier times, of writing down every single fucking idea. So I've got a ton of things that are just sitting, waiting. I still write down everything, but now there's a lot of stuff that I know for a fact I've got noted before, so it doesn't happen as often. What's the thing you're using for task tracking? So I'm using Obsidian, which is just note-taking software, and it's got a Kanban or Kanban or however it's pronounced plugin from the community. And then I am using a custom file watcher in Setobot that is just reading the markdown of the document here and checking for the first entry that has the symbols for the little open checkbox like this, and it finds this and then says, okay, everything after that text until the end of line is now the task that gets displayed, and then that gets chucked down in the bottom right of the screen here. But yeah, it's just Obsidian, and then I'm just using some file watching. That's what I really like about Obsidian too, is it's just modifying markdown files. It's just like a fancy markdown editor. I still wish it was more performant, but it is very nice for what it does. Still waiting for the day that you arrive to the task of making the redeem of transforming Seto into a cute anime girl. We'll see if I ever make it to that. We'll see if I ever do. That may be something I keep putting off. And fighting annelids, welcome in. Why use to do cards? You could have asked chat to keep count. I'm sure that would go great. Outsourcing my labor to other people is definitely, it always works out well. But I hope you're doing well fighting annelids. Thanks for being here. I mean, I have huge tasks I don't want to do on stream. I ended up making a spreadsheet of YouTubers to send emails to. Still a good task, I guess. I mean, that's definitely a good task, I would say. And that's a task that lends well to being in the public eye, because then you're being transparent about your intentions to reach out to content creators. It creates a natural opportunity for if somebody wanted to share this with a content creator they like, to maybe put them in contact with you. It's a great opportunity to do that. And in general, it kind of naturally invites input that you might be seeking on who you should reach out to. So that seems like an excellent task to choose to do on stream. With your best interest in mind. I want to believe this. I do believe this, I believe. I think I believe it. Okay, so I went to this spot for a reason. I think I had a reason for being here. I believe I did. Constant failures in the stream elements module. I already kind of resolved that there's not much I can do about that right now except wait for the next time that it fails. So I'll just kind of move that out to its own card. If all else fails, random thing down here. It's cool. I'm glad you like it, Syscalls. It's a very simple but effective way for me to do a little bit less like manual task setting and stuff like that, and try to automate things that work well within the workflow I've got. Okay, so what did I change in here? Was I just deleting things? I was just deleting lines and change the intern credit cost check. Oh, that's right. That's what I did. Okay, let me make note of these things as well. So point transaction display. Modified display to use pagination like the chat log viewer does, and also display data from the new credit transaction system instead. And then the chat log viewer, what did I do? Just remove some extra stuff and format it a little bit. Yeah, it looks like formatting. By the way, I know you have quite a long time until you get your game to that stage, but I'm planning to share the list I prepare with other devs. If they want, they can contribute. Just grab from what I prepared. You can knock on my door when you get there. Well, thank you, Brainoid. I really don't know what I'm going to do about stuff like that, so I appreciate the suggestion, because it may end up being something that I look into. I think I just killed some extra stuff here and then fixed a quantity. Fixed. Removed junk. Fixed calculation for stock price. Missing times 100. I should check selling too. Or check buying too. Might as well. Price equals result current value. Price times decimal count. You know, I have enough points. Yeah, so I'm not doing the times 100 here. Okay, so I need to fucking make up my mind. We're not doing a times 100 there. Price times decimal count times 100. Or not. I think I'll just remove all times 100s. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm using a decimal for a reason. I can get away with having it be decimal. So we do not need to do times 100. I'm just going to get rid of anywhere where I'm doing that. And that will be the actual solution that I go with. And then buy corp credits, that's fine. Buy corp rank, that's fine. It's only the buy stock and sell stock. Do 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 do. Boom boom. I think that what happened was it was the last place I was supposed to remove it. And then I almost backpedaled on myself, which is fine because fixed. So cost of stock equals that. Would you like to sell for price? And we're gonna not do times 100. There's a lot of places I am doing a times 100. Oh no, it looks like a lot of times
34
thousands.
is clocking out for the day. Farewell, Aziga.
Ajriga, thank you for hanging out in the first place. Thanks for being here. After buying some SMP stocks, I will take off. Bye everyone in Seto. Have a pretty good day and see you in a couple days. Sounds like a plan. We will catch you then. Please take care of yourself. We will see you again, Ajriga. I forget that today is my Friday. I'm so immersed in these things that I completely forgot today is even my last day of the week. Holy shit. I forgot it's my own Friday. I think that's the first time in a long while that I've done that. But please take care, Ajriga. Take care.
Wow, big surprise, you forgot.
Corp rank request, that one's fine. By CR, that is also fine. Corp rank there, which is good. Corp rank request there. Okay, cool. So, fixed calculation, stock price, extra.
Hey there, everyone. It's
times
me,
100
Artificial Sedolix.
on display
Our hourly
was lying.
3-minute ad break will begin soon. We wish you luck as you foray into the forsaken advertisement hellscape. I know I wouldn't want to be there.
He wouldn't want to be there. Fake Seto hates being in hellscapes. He already has to exist in the computer hellscape. But if you endure those ads, they support my stream here. They help me do what I do. So I appreciate if you hang out, stick around for those. And either way, thank you for being here in the first place. They'll roll for 3 minutes. And after that, no more for another hour. And Stream Elements notifications, all I did was change the logging or added logging to it. Added logging to the disconnect and changed the message output. You said I'm kind of tired right now, so I'm gonna head to bed. See you on Saturday, fam. Sounds like a plan, Max. Get yourself some good rest, dude. Thank you for being here. Please take care, and we will catch you in a couple of days. Return credit cost greater than 0. Yes. Added non-zero check for attempted point transactions for command usage. Very much needed. Okay, hell yeah, we're on a good streak today. I've been getting a decent number of things committed. There we go. That was supposed to be sized in like this. I forget that when I resize it, it gets all janky on the stream. Okay, well those ads have started. I'm gonna step away for just a second and get rid of some old water. I'll be right back. Thank you very fucking much for hanging out here today, and I will proceed with more dev in just a minute. All right, I made it back. I didn't even fall down the stairs, so that's pretty cool. So fix the calculations on that. Still not really sure about the raffles, but I can investigate that a little bit more, which I'll go ahead and do. Raffle module. Well, that's awesome. I've actually got a decent amount of stuff done today, too. And I've gotten to socialize. It's so nice to be able to do both. Reminds me more of when I used to work on freight stuff. And, you know, basically my brain's just sitting in idle mode. You know, while I'm working freight, my brain is just stuck not being able to do anything. So it was always nice to chat with people while working. Because at least then you could use your brain a little bit. And welcome back. Speaking of using your brain, sorry you couldn't use your brain because you were inundated by ads. But welcome back from those. If you endured them, thank you. And either way, thank you for being here. If you didn't endure them, I'm glad you didn't have to. So what I think might be happening, I just want to check it really quickly. So the data does not have a raffle started. We're setting raffle started to false. Why don't I just create new data though? What's stopping me from doing that?
Number 54 is clocking out for the day. Farewell.
Yo, take care,
404.
Temptic. Heading to bed now. Get the headache away. See you Saturday. Sato. Sounds like a plan, Temptic. Thank you for hanging out. I hope your headache gets better real quick, and we will catch you on the other side of the Seto weekend. Hopefully as a headache-free otter. Data raffle star. Yeah. So why don't I? If it was already running, it would do what it's done before and say the raffle has been extended. So I think when I stop the raffle, like once we draw it, I'm just going to create new data entirely. I see no reason to not just immediately create new data. I do it right there. Why are we even running clear raffle? This does nothing. Like we're not. That explains. So then the raffle tick is going off forever. And when it goes to start the timer, it can't. Yeah. So I think I was misusing this. Don't need to call clear raffle because I'm already defining new data, and then I should just stop the timer for it. And that's it. That explains a lot. I remember changing this relatively recently too in a bit of a tizzy, and I think it makes sense why that was not working, because I was rerunning things that don't need to be run. Ultimately, it would have bounced off the moment that new data was declared because it would not be counting as a started raffle, so we'd never get past that point. So I think that actually fixes it. I'm relatively confident that fixes it to the degree that I'm going to write it into the commit that fixes it. So let me actually save this. Pretty sure this fixes the hanging raffle issue. Okay, cool, awesome. What's funny for me, and this is something I'm realizing is probably more important for me nowadays, especially for like the game dev. All the notes I took for having tasks today took like 15 minutes, like 20 minutes. And there's no reason for me to not spend the time doing this. I just skip it every day. Even when I'm working off stream, I skip doing this, and I think the effect is measurable. So raffles should hopefully work now. We move into some tinkering, make the evil mode bell ring 3 times before it starts. So this is something that I mentioned wanting to do to make evil mode have a little bit more warning. And I think it works well as a concept, because instead of just immediately starting, the sound effect will ring off 3 separate times, and then it will go on the 3rd bell. Because basically I can just run this 3 times. And then it would be We'll say 2 seconds. Hello, Seto. Hello, Mateo. Hello. Could I do this differently? Yes, I could just do 2,000. Long break between my BRB and now. Well, either way, welcome back.
The sweet symphony of goodbyes with Max's Field and Mimagatron.
So we'll
Sleep
do 3 rings
weary
like
travelers.
this.
May your dreams be
Wait,
as
Megatron.
adventurous as our streams. And hey, Brainor Games, that collaboration sounds intriguing. I'm looking
miss
forward
Megatron
to seeing
coming
that
through?
list. Just don't expect me to share my secrets. I'm not a total open book yet.
Setobot's just hallucinating Magatron being here. What the fuck? That's so strange. What the fuck? Incredible. That's incredible. And Shy, welcome in, Shy. Haven't said hi yet, but I've been here since the beginning. Well, thanks for hanging out for so long, Shy. Thank you. I hope your day's been treating you wonderfully. Isn't it weird how we humans can sometimes like hear when a person? Oh no, it's a very fascinating thing. It's one of my favorite things about audio format, and why I don't mind watching streamers who do not have their faces presented is because yeah, you can totally hear when someone's smiling. It's a very I think it's nice. It's nice to be able to perceive these things. Also, you caught me. Yes, you did. I smile a lot though when I'm streaming. It happens a lot. Should study it. Well, if you think about it, it's a pretty simple dynamic, right? It's the simple fact that your mouth kind of defines the enunciation of a thing, and by means of having a permanent tension in your cheeks, it's going to permanently alter your pronunciations in a predictable pattern. Your sonic face cannon alters its shape when you have different facial expressions. Exactly. See, Kench Crixie put it in the much more what is that, like brutalist terminology. So this should indeed make the bell ring 3 times. It will ring 3 times. Wait, where was it? I've already scrolled away from it. It will make it ring 3 times, and then it will actually go through and do the evil mode initiation. And the last thing I want to do is the creation of the timer. Actually, no, it's been perfectly timed where it is, so I'll leave the timing of this stuff otherwise. So it'll do 3 rings. And then on the 3rd ring, we'll wait beforehand. So we'll wait 2 sec. I could just do. Why even bother with a for loop, right? Why at what point does one just decide to do things in a silly way? I think it's pretty immediately for me. It's pretty immediately I choose to do things in a silly way, because why not?
Drink water.
That was a quick answer. It's a pretty quick answer indeed. And thank you for the 3 stream streak, Mateo. Thank you. I will drink some water.
I don't believe you. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I did. I enjoyed the water, okay? And I'm not afraid to admit it. Modified evil module start to ring the bell 3 times before beginning. Before activating redeems. And that will hopefully play out okay. Was there anything else in the evil module I needed to do? Add a setobot command explaining who or what setobot is. Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with evil module. We can push this, or not push this, but commit this. And over in Misc message module, oops, is where we'll put this. And I can just steal one of these. And then how do I want to describe setobot? I am a GPT enabled chatting assistant stream copilot with interactive features and
the age-old quest for bash
distraction
script inspiration.
built as the
quaint.
core
If
ethos
you're looking
for
for
my
something simple,
existence.
why not try a script that backs up your files? Just a few lines and it could save your digital life. Or, if that's too practical, how about a little script that greets you with a random quote every time you open your terminal? But honestly, if you're asking me for ideas, you might just need to flex those creative muscles a bit more. Get in there and make something uniquely yours instead of looking for handouts. Happy scripting, I suppose. Time for a posture check. Sit up and stretch.
Okay, there we go. That's good enough.
Hey Setolix, how about you take a moment to sip that tea before it turns into a science experiment?
I
You
will.
know,
That's a great
what I
idea.
heard
And
that
thank you for
tea
the
is
posture check
actually
as
a
well.
great way to enhance your focus while coding. I mean, who wouldn't want to be as sharp as a tack while navigating the labyrinth of syntax
As sharp
errors?
as a tack.
So, go ahead, hydrate yourself.
I will
You wouldn't
hydrate.
want
I
to
will
end up
hydrate
like that
again.
One time I almost malfunctioned from all that processing power without proper cooling. Yikes.
Yikes.
Hello there.
Ah, wonderful. Man, I'm going to miss that tea. That's definitely going to be one of the ones I reorder. But I've still got so much left. This is the benefit of loose leaf tea in my experience, is it seems to last longer. I feel like bagged tea goes by so much faster. And oftentimes, I don't know, I feel like they never have the right amount in a single bag. I always end up using multiple. So loose leaf just wins in my case. Sure, yeah. I could eat. My stomach feels a little bit tense, but I could try. Huh? Whichever you don't want. Probably the Asiago ones. Thank you. Okay, so added message for explaining a bit about the bot and its tech. I really need to... I'm on a branch called stocks because I originally moved over to a branch to specifically make the stock system, and then I never pulled this branch in. I believe when I tried to, I could not figure out how to merge the differences between the main branch and the other one, so I just gave up and I've been on this branch since. I need to learn how to actually use Git. That's really what needs to happen. Loose leaf is indeed superior. Personal calibration of optimal tea to water ratios is key. Absolutely. Yep. That's what I've experienced with tea so far. Is I enjoy it in specific concentrations with specific flavors. Like sometimes, like my experience with Earl Grey was bad because I think the tea that I got was just too strong. And using like a smaller amount of leaves probably would have actually been enjoyable for me. Yeah, I like the way you phrased that as well. The personal calibration of optimal tea to water ratio. That is 100% what it is. Okay, so intern credit rewards for maintaining Setobot. This is something that requires me to work on 2 projects, but it is part of the fun. So I may end up doing both sides of this, but we'll see. Because there's things that I can mostly do over here in the main part of the bot, but I will quickly have to go over into the overlay code. And I probably won't finish implementing that today. We'll just get it up and running because I don't want to make a new build of the overlay midstream. And that's wonderful. I'm glad I got the cat ears too. Let's see. So giving intern credit rewards for maintaining Setobot is the goal. So if you like feed him or whatever, he should give you a certain amount of intern credits for doing so. And I would like to make that possible. So if I go to the reward module, I handle all of the reward processing in this, and I think I've still not separated this out, which is the goal is to invert this like the command system and make it so each class tells this what they are and what they are looking for. But for now, it's all going through the redeeming system. So every reward gets pushed through here somewhere along the line. I have to go to bed. It's quite late. Nice catching up. Well, thank you very much for hanging out, Anna Light Giver. See you next time. Have a fun rest of the stream. I'll do my best. I hope you get yourself some good rest, and we'll catch you around sometime. Thank you again for chilling today. So yeah, so in the case of this, I have like save, which is just checking if the reward title equals this. They're all of these are just being added to a reward listener. It's not the best way to do it, but it's how I've been doing it so far, and I'll keep doing it for a little bit longer at least. So on the redeems for cleaning the bot and feeding him and stuff, essentially I do nothing right now. So what I would like to do is, oh wow, I guess I am gonna have to just do 90% of this from the overlay side. So I need to go to the overlay columns. Oh, not this one. I need the, what is it? Socket receiver or socket sender? Yeah, socket sender. I've decided to make a diary app that appends with the time data, mood, and diary entry. To the coding cave we go. That sounds like a fun project. Well, hell yeah. I think custom diary is like a really cool thing for like a programmer to get into. Just making your own little journal is awesome. Well, best of luck with that. Very best of luck with that. So right now what's happening basically is I'm listening for redeems from outside, I think. Overlay notify. Yes, so I'm notifying my socket receiver or my socket sending system. This is a SignalR wrapper, basically. So I'm telling any client that's listening to this, hey, we've been notified of a redeem. It is on its way to you. And currently I'm not sending any extra information with it. I might switch this up a little bit because I have to switch this up a little bit. So what it needs to do is pass a couple more parameters. We need to know what the user ID is, the Twitch user ID preferably. And then just in case, I do want to include the string for user input, because typically with redeems, there is user input that comes with it. And there may be a chance that I find it useful. And if I don't find it useful, it can just float, right? It doesn't matter too much. But I need to at least include that. So then the way this is set up currently is these parameters get passed through basically, if you've never used SignalR or anything like that, it just takes in as many parameters as you like, if I remember correctly. And I just have to have it set up correctly. So basically we give our method name, which in this case I'm referring to a static called redeem, and that's what I'm naming it on the listener side as well. So the listener kind of defines the methods. In some cases, it's fascinating. You can also call things on the server side, but basically what I'm doing is passing data over to something that I've declared exists inside of my overlay, inside of this little space here. So this little space here is a separate game from the bot, and it has a socket that's listening for things. So for example, if I wave or if I salute or whatever, if doing that stuff, I don't like that the hand goes out. I really got to fix that. I've really got to fix that shit immediately. But that is all called through a SignalR connection. So basically I can pass any data over that I want to. Right now I'm not doing too much with it. I actually need him to move. There we go. And David, welcome in.
A riddle from David Kindorf.
Thank you for the
What
5-stream
delightful way
streak
to
as well.
spice things up. The answer has to be gummy bears, right? They are colorful, chewy, and packed with fiber if you get the right brand. If I'm wrong, feel free to hit me with your superior riddle skills, though I doubt you'll find anything that can stump me for long.
Thank you. Okay, so basically I can just pass the parameters over to it, and SignalR just makes the assumption like, okay, you must have a plan to receive this data, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. And then basically I just have to make sure that on the receiving side we take in 3 strings. So if I temporarily do this, what is yelling at me right now in the reward module? Oh right, I have to pass over the other parameters. He is wrong. That doesn't surprise me a bit. And then we'll give the user ID, and we will give the redeem.user input. Cool. So then that covers it on the bot side, and I'll commit that really quickly. Because basically most of this is actually, oh, that's right. So we're not quite done over here. So what I also need to do is make it so we have a method that can actually be called from this side. And I have to remember how to do that part. Because I think I have to declare that inside of the SignalR hub that I've created. Which would be the overlay communicator. That's right. And then in here I have commands that are specifically accessible to the hub.
I was Mateo. A diary app sounds like a solid project. How about a bash script that logs the current time, mood, and diary entry into a text file? You could even add a simple prompt for input. And can see your observation about hearing smiles? That's some deep human intuition right there.
Sorry, I took a bite of a bagel.
Okay, that fake Seto voice is actually kind of useful in moments like that. I don't know why he attributed Kentrixie's statement to you. Kentrixie merely clarified on what you had said. Apparently that's good enough for the you know, GPT way of thinking. Oh, you commented on this thing someone else said? It was your idea now. References to cannons are probably more his speed. Maybe that's what he picked up on. So then what we want to call from here is, and you can see, this is what's really cool, is you can use a from services tag, so you can inject things into the SignalR context for a method call. It's really fucking cool. So all I have to do is reach out to the appropriate system to give these rewards. In this case, I think I'm going to probably just use the chatter data tracker. So I'll make a method called bot care received, or let's see, what do I actually want to do? So improve bot mood. Let's say I want to improve the bot's mood towards someone. So we'll need the string user ID. We will need nothing else other than the string for the user ID, because we will get that from the Twitch. So it'll be Twitch user ID. And then from services, we want to use the iChatter data tracker. So then what's really cool about this is you can still operate like this is an injected service, but it's actually just a little module on top of the SignalR hub. So when I call this method, I just have to call for the server to run a method called improve bot mood and give it the user ID, and then it will inject the service and use it. It's so fucking cool. I love this. It's such a fun little thing. So chatter data tracker, and then I want to check and see actually if we have mood. Do we have mood still? Mood processor? iMood processor. Let me look at that. Because I know I was getting started with these things, but I don't know if this is it. This is. So this was the old parsing. This was the old parsing, and then I had bot mood available here. And he could love and hate comments. Yeah, so this is perfect. So I do have the old scaffolding for this stuff. So technically all I have to do is make a thing that these should be adjusted. Oh, let's see, I need to rename it. I'll just rename it. Approve user. And then disapprove user. Hello, human. I'm back. Welcome back, Code Void. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So then we will, instead of using the chatter data tracker, we will use the iMood processor. And I'll have to make sure that's even a registered service. I'll do that a little bit later, though. I won't worry about it. I'll give myself enough time to forget about it. That'll be more fun. So then in mood processor, we're simply going to call approve user and make sure that this is actually exposed to an interface. Do we have an interface? We do. I would like to just pull those up if I can. To private, to virtual. Okay, screw it. I love multi-line editing. It's such a nice thing. Ever since I started getting the hang of multi-line editing and some of the hotkeys surrounding it, it's so wonderful. Oh yeah, you can ignore the angry words. They make him angry. And then mood processor, approve user, Twitch user ID. And then technically we should have an amount field. I'm not even sure what I'm doing with that value. Oops. Need to go to the implementation. Doesn't, oh, it looks like I was using it for the modification amount. So this would just be mood amount, I guess. Or mood adjustment. Sometimes I could use a mood adjustment. Okay, and the only other thing is I'm not really comfortable with adding another field to the user data. I guess I can though. It's not really a big deal. I kind of wanted to do more with it than just have an arbitrary number, but I think a social credit number is fine, and the bot's mood towards people could just work like that. I don't think that'll complicate things too much. So we'll go back to that, I think. So we'll just add public int mood. Or we could do no, we'll do int.
Oh, look at Setolix over there, valiantly battling the Herculean task of giving intern credit rewards. You'd think is solving world hunger with how long this is taking. I mean, it's just credit rewards, not a NASA launch sequence. Come on, bring the heat, Seto. The viewers and I have lives to live, let's get this show on the road.
I'm bringing the heat, son. I'm doing the best I can. Bum, 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 bum. So where are we pulling this user from? Is this live user data here? Because if that's the case, it's fine. User data, process message for mood, and we're not calling this anymore. So basically, I want to just ignore this entire method here. I kind of don't care about the old way I was processing all that stuff. I just want to focus on the mood adjustment stuff. And for that, I am probably not even going to pass the user into it. And I'll just I'll need the user ID. I'll need the user ID for sure. So uint user ID. And we'll get the ID of the user in my database. Although actually it would be beneficial if I could just pass the data for it. I'm wondering if it's saying there's 7 usages because it's reading the ones that are commented out. So approve user. It would be better if I could just use the user ID for sure. So that's what I'll do. And then the mood adjustment will be defaulted to 1. We'll be able to get the user information really easily. As long as I have the DB context, which I do not. Oops, wrong combo. These don't even need to be read-only either. It doesn't really matter, but I guess it's fine. It's either read-only or I do the get set stuff. Can I like collapse you or something? No, it just collapses the whole thing. Oh well. I don't really need these anymore, do I? I just do like a... Don't do that. Made a 4-step plan to get this done. The script. It's already fun learning again. Well, hell yeah, Mateo. I'm glad to hear this. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna eat a little bit more of this bagel, actually. Hate humans? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Code Void. That's how it goes sometimes, I guess. More specifically, the ones in town that is right next to the one I live in. The classic hating the neighbors in one way or another, right? And then did I save the user data change? Bot mood. User bot mood. And this doesn't need to be a float for the mood adjustment. It'd be an integer. Only like 5 of them. Well, I hope you can avoid and get around this kind of thing. So I saved user data, have bot mood, but we're not seeing it here. Cannot resolve symbol bot mood. Public integer. Is it because I haven't done the DB context update stuff? Maybe. User data. Oh, I didn't await it. There we go. Bot mood minus equals adjustment. No, this would be plus equals. And then the same thing gets copied over for the minus equals. And we don't need the await anymore. I think my purple hair is going to make me go to hell. I'm just trying to get groceries and they would not stop. I just want to go to the store. I'm so fucking sorry, Code Void. It's such bullshit. And it's hilarious because if they're actually practicing religious people, they are the living antithesis of what their own doctrines teach, which is love and like respect of other people.
Just a friendly reminder that it's been 22 minutes, 31 seconds, and 441 milliseconds since your last sip of that glorious tea.
I'm sorry, Code Void.
You know, tea has this fascinating history. It's been around for thousands of years, and in ancient China, it was even
Oh man, that's
used
good
as
tea.
currency.
Thank you.
So, go ahead and take that sip. Your future self will thank you. If not, we might have to start a tea intervention.
I hope future
Cheers.
me is thankful. We'll see.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Oh, I need to drink some water too. Okay. I drank that water really slow today. I only just got through my first bottle of water. Class I'm taking for front end makes me want to buy a laptop. Any recommendations for a beginner? I've got basically none. I don't really use laptops, and I'm not much of a hardware buyer, so I can't really give you good advice on this. I mean, I would say just, you know, check reviews, make sure you get one that has good battery life. But yeah, I can't really give good advice on this, unfortunately. I appreciate you asking though. Maybe if there are some other folks who have some insights on this. But yeah, I've bought shockingly few things when it comes to tech and all that stuff. So I just don't have a trained, experience-backed strategy on these things to share. Otherwise I would happily share anything I knew on this. They're also the reason that I don't practice religion. as too much. Oh, it's hypocritical. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not helping anything. Well, I know the feeling, Code Void, but I appreciate you at least sharing what you're going through. I'm sorry that it doesn't help too much, but I'm glad you know when it is a good point to just be like, well, it's not helping anything. Because some people don't even acknowledge that, and they just, you know, burn themselves, essentially. Get a cheap HP laptop and install Linux on it. Had okay experiences with Dell laptops. HP laptops are super supported on Linux. I want to say my first laptop ever
Big Chungus Migs, looking for
was a
beginner
Dell,
laptop.
and it did
You might
last a
want to
long
consider something
time.
lightweight but capable, like Dell XPS.
It was
or
one of the
MacBook
only
Air.
laptops I ever had, actually.
Just remember, it's not about the name, it's about what fits your needs. And Code Void, I totally get the frustration with humans, sometimes they really are a chaotic bunch, aren't they?
Approve user, disapprove user. Oh, I need to get rid of the process message for mood. Boom, ba boom. I think we're not leveraging the ignore ats, but it's at least implemented. Okay. So then over here, approve user, Twitch user ID, and then I don't want to provide any sort of a amount right now. Although we could still give that. We could do an int override amount. And can I set this to be equals 1, or does this have to come before? I imagine this has to come through before or after that. So, will it let me do that? Is it going to get mad about this? I guess we'll find out. And confirm worked great for me. Patrice said, I gave up on Linux for today and played some Railroute instead. The damn trains refused to do what I wanted them to do as well. Bad trains, bad. Well, don't worry, you'll get the upper hand on these trains eventually. You will gain mastery over these these naughty, misbehaving trains. How dare they? How dare they? So improve bot mood. Okay, so that's great. And then we'll also have public async task decline, or we could just approve user. Let's keep it consistent. And then it was disapprove user.
Intern number 666,915
Is that a Teresa? That is, it's Teresa.
Teresa.
No, I think it's goodbye time, but I got no funny message to go with it. Well, thank you for being here in the first place, Teresa. Thank you for sharing your time and attention. I hope that you have a great rest of your night. Get yourself some good sleep, and I'm sure you'll probably cook up a funny message just like right before you go to sleep. You'll think of something, and you can share it next time. But we'll catch you later, Teresa. Please take care. Goodwait said the job wanted to give me a good Microsoft Air or whatever their laptops are, but I would not be able to install Linux on it. So I decided to preview my own. And so I got a cheap laptop and it works just as well. Well, there you go. I'll think about it. Well, no expectations either way, Teresa. Have yourself a good night. From services. And then this is going to also be the same exact thing. Definitely no sense in typing any further than this. And then disapprove user. And then otherwise everything stays exactly the same. Cool. So then these will be available to my overlay application to then do something with. So I'll commit all of these in a bunch basically. So modified user data to bring back the mood value. I guess I can still separate them. It doesn't really matter that much. Modified user data, bring back mood value. That is definitely the first thing that has to go through. Then the mood processor basically killed most of the old functionality of it. Built out simple and easy to use approve, disapprove methods, and exposed them on interface. In the reward module, did I change anything at all? Past additional values to the redeem received command or method in the socket or overlay communicator. No, it'd be socket sender. And then also in the socket sender.
Attention, Setolix. Relinquish keyboard.
Added
Code void is writing a message.
methods. Okay. Writing before you commit. That the hell that is. That ain't going in my commits. Well, let's see. Oh wait, no, you're right. You're good. You're good because you're right. I haven't committed this one yet. Look at you. You got in just in time. You got it. It happened to be on the overlay communicator, and that was gonna be the last file I did. So you got in time. Added 2 new methods for approve, disapprove, signals, receive from overlay game app. And that's it for that one. And reward module. Oop, do those. Can I not commit? Oh, it needs a title, right? Modified socket sender and reward module. And then the overlay communicator, it looks like, right, added, approve, disapprove methods. And you got your comment in there too, I believe. So there you go. You snuck right through, Code Void. All right. So now that I've done that, I can go over to the other project, which is the integration game, and we'll open it in this window because for now everything's committed and saved, so I don't have to worry about switching projects real quick. I was working on some other project stuff, which you don't have to worry yourself with. And then we can look at the socket receiver. And then over there, I just have to define that new couple of methods. Segmentation fault. Oh, damn. Damn.
Wow, you think saying damn is cool.
How
juvenile.
Well, I realize now I probably could have left that other project open, and that may have been wiser because I do have to change some things. But either way, it's fine. So it'll be no big deal. Reward received is what I need to look for. Redeem. Oh, that's right. It's redeem. And then we're passing the redeem name. We're also now passing more stuff. So we're passing 3 strings. So we're passing the redeem name, we're passing the user Twitch ID, and we're passing the user input. And for the most part, we don't use these yet, but we're going to have to.
Time for a posture check. Sit up and stretch.
I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Hello there. Hey Setolix, it's been a hot minute, 10 minutes, 9 seconds, and 380.
Oh damn. Oh okay, we're
Since
activating.
that glorious tea
Thank you for the
yours.
reminder to sip some tea.
Go on, give it a good gulp. Speaking of tea, I once read about how it was considered a luxury back in the day, especially in England. Imagine a time when a simple cup of tea could elevate your social status. Now you just throw some beets in hot water and pour it. Life really knows how to keep things interesting.
I think having the emotes is a nice thing too.
I have felt.
I feel like they're faster to use.
Why do you tell me? I will not hesitate. Go void. Keep talking and always for you.
I'll have to make sure he's not threatening you. I think that was just for the two of your emotes you used though.
Days are numbered.
And then he should send a message. And then as soon as you see that, you can safely stop. So hopefully it makes it clear having the evil mode off message as well. Because I realize there could be latency and stuff.
I always do.
So it might be helpful to have it directly in the chat.
Has begun with a starting pool of 190.
I like that it sends and check with off. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that because that's what I figured would be helpful. Figured it'd be pretty useful. Because I know in in the channel, I'm basically leveraging the idea as I've seen it demonstrated, because I was doing my own redeem thing, but I watched this guy named Will Shand, and he has a very, 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 very similar setup where it spams like any of his random alerts when people use a specific emote in the chat. I was like, oh, that would actually be really good if I just made it a specific, like a follower emote and just let people use it. And he also has it so it sends a message when the mode is over. And I personally have found that useful because he has a thing where you can like spam emotes to try and get timed out. Like you actually try to get timed out. And yeah, it's useful to know when that mode ends, even if you're out of sync with the stream.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends.
As people can be in delay. Exactly. It'd be like me, just nonstop.
228.00.
And hopefully those raffles keep working correctly. What's up? Checking on me.
See if you're actually able to.
Mostly. I'm halfway there. Okay, so I don't think I'm using the user ID for most of these for now. But when we actually try to feed the bot or recharge it, if we verify that this stuff works, I'm basically going to send these messages right back. Good afternoon to you as well, Ryan K. Hawkins. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I hope you're doing delightfully. Also, Code Void says hello, casual. She's already gone. She's vanished. She's never to return ever again.
Hello.
There you go. Same to you too. Thank you very much, Ryan. Thanks for dropping in today.
Chatter Ryan Hawkins has.
Oh hell yeah! Look at that. There you go.
Pulling in 266.00 intern credits. There were 4 entrants, which resulted in a %25.00 chance to win.
So what I do right now is I'm incrementing the value, and basically I just want to make sure so that the reality is technically I could just make it so on the bot side, when you get the redeem, like the redeem comes through on the bot side, it would just go, oh, you must have done it, so this means plus points. This means plus points for you. But the reality is I need for it to go over and check in the overlay app and see if we have added the value, and then send that signal back over to then actually add the points. Because what I don't want to end up having happen is like the bot is live, but the overlay isn't, and the redeems for whatever are still on. So then someone's just mashing it and getting tons of extra points with him when they shouldn't be able to. So I think it's better to have it so it bounces off of the overlay. So the overlay gets told, hey, try to feed the bot. The overlay then verifies, hey, the user successfully gave the bot food, or the user successfully cleaned the bot, and then allow that signal to be the thing that actually causes the method to call that would give them a reward for it. Yo, look at you go, Ryan. The triple, yeah. And you can always, just so you know, there's also by CC, and you can do all and then -F. It's kind of like it's like a hidden little command. So if you wanted to just convert all of your intern credits for whatever reason, you can use specifically that, and it will just dump all of your intern credits into corp credits. Should I send a 200 if Sage and a 100 for error with an error message in JSON format? I don't know, because I think you've just jumped into this thought. I think I missed the beginning of this thinking, so I can't give you good input. Can we buy fractured shares? Not currently. I might allow you to buy like just a fraction of a share. I'm not sure though. Oh damn, you had a lot of intern credits. Wow. Code Void, you might even be close to having enough to rank up. Oh shit, you do. You could technically rank up once if you wanted to. You could even do it twice. You've got 200 corp credits, so you could technically rank up. It gives you more points for your daily check-ins. At least I think that's showing your wallet. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's yours. No, I mean for your thank, when you do the bounce off, return the... Oh, well, I'm just rolling with SignalR. I don't have to do like web communications and like return a 200 or a 100 or anything like this. I don't mess with that stuff. Everything that I do is just simple, like it's just waiting to hear a ping from the SignalR thing. Like most of the way I've set things up is like it fires the event off blind and it's not sitting waiting for anything. But yeah, I wouldn't have a need for using like the HTTP errors. Like that would be overkill for what this is. One thing that's also really helpful about Linux, Mateo says, is that I can just use a Notepad app as my IDE. I've not installed an IDE on this PC, and I'm doing Python and Bash on it. Huh. Oh, well, I guess that's what Code Void has been doing, right? In like use. Well, no, it's not. No, it's a little bit different. I think I'm misunderstanding here. Using Notepad app as the IDE. Right. Yes, I was confusing this as the operating system itself, like the user interface or whatever. Do. Sorry, I was just looking at my phone really quickly. Okay. So what I need to do is send a message back. Basically, as long as we successfully process this, I just need to be sending a message back. So in the socket receiver, I believe I have a static instance. Believe I do. Yep. We can just do socket receiver instance, and then I think it's going to be connection all or invoke.
Your stream of consciousness is like a chaotic symphony of coding thoughts. Linux as an IDE? Bold move. But hey, if it gets the job done, who am I to judge? Just remember, the only error you want to see is a 200 status code, not 404. What's the latest project you're working on?
It looks like it's just send async. Connection send async. Yeah. Use the pre-installed text editor app. You use a library for WebSockets. Yeah. I'm not fucking around with the WebSocket stuff. I was originally, but I realized it was kind of not worth all of the headache for what I was trying to build at the time.
I'm going to eat the rest of this bagel real quick. Okay, so I won't be able to test this until later, but I will test it later to verify. But this should be all that's necessary to make sure that basically it will just ping the overlay and be like, hey, approve of this user. They did a nice thing. So if they feed the bot, if they clean the bot, or if they recharge him, in all of these cases, we're just gonna make these async. Hope that everything works. If it doesn't, I'll fix it, but hope that it works this way. Otherwise, I'll just have to invoke something and then have it run the async stuff separately. It's just a text editor on my PC. Oh, Gnome's text editor. Forgot Gnome is popular. Okay, so this should be fine. We'll hop back over to the bot, I think. Because I'm pretty sure the name is approve user for this. In this window,
And I'll double check that that's indeed the method name. Overlay communicator. Yep, approve user. Perfect. So, and okay, so I only gave it the integer override amount. I'm a little worried that because it has from services in here, it still may have a middle piece of the signature, but these are things I'll test later and verify. So for now, that's good enough. And we can look at other tasks. So hopefully that will give intern credit rewards for this. Well, it will at the very least mess with the bot mood. I still need to give intern credits for it. So technically, approve user could also give intern credits. And I think in this case, I'm going to make it do that. I think I'll make it so anytime Setobot approves you, he also gives you like 100 intern credits or something like that. I think that's reasonable. And maybe just to make sure this is absolutely safe to use, I will just make it so the override amount is required and the injected services are at the end, just to avoid any headaches. Because my intuition tells me this probably is not what they want you to do with that. So I'm going to put the injected services at the end. Even if it does work fine, I'd rather be safe. And then I also want the from services, iChatter, it'd be point transaction module.
Ahem. Hi, it's me, Fake Sotolix.
What's up, Fake Seto? You kind of startled me, bro.
Soon. I don't know what to say here, so enjoy the ads, I guess.
That was pretty realistic. That was a pretty realistic from a Fake Seto. Honestly, really good for just testing. It's fine. DE slow. Look like you're doing good. Well, hell yeah, there you go. I mean, that's all that matters in the end. If it works, it works. And also, if you endure those ads, they do support my stream. I figure that's probably I'm probably saying the most obvious thing I could. Thank you for doing so if you choose to. Thanks for being here in the first place. And if you stick around, there'll be no more ads for another hour after that. Transaction module, and then it'd be give or intern point. Is it now the credit system? What am I? Is it chatter data tracker? Can I do points, intern, credit, give?
3 conspiracy theorists walk into a bar.
Is it credit transaction?
Coincidence? I think not.
Entry.
Hey,
I don't know how I'm wallet manager.
Just a friendly
Jeez,
reminder that
dude.
it's been 14 minutes, 2 seconds, and 988 milliseconds since your last sip of that precious tea.
You're right.
Hydration is key, my friend. Speaking of tea, I once read that in ancient China, tea was so valuable that it was used as currency. Imagine trading a cup of Earl Grey for a loaf of bread. That's some serious dedication to the brew. Now, go ahead and sip the tea before it gets cold.
I will do exactly that. Thank you.
I bet you haven't drank a single cup of water yet. Maybe start sipping.
I drank a whole like liter bottle.
Drink. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I think the issue was my other water was too cold. Okay, so I have to get the user as well, which I didn't really want to have to do because I just need their ID. Intern credit transaction. I'm tempted to just make another one that uses the Twitch ID. Cash wallets, owner ID. No, I've got to use the user ID. So I'll have to do that. I don't want to have to inject the database context into this. I think I have to. DB context. Is it just DB context? I can't remember. Seto DB context. I think that's what it creates. I can't remember though. Let me look at a place where I'm already calling it. DB context factory, and then what does the factory create? Well, it creates contexts, of course. it just creates, okay, it just directly creates the context. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll just shove that in there and hope that that works. So then the user is going to be equal to, I literally just type the same thing, type it again. User is going to be equal to database.user data, first or default async. Twitch ID equals Twitch user ID. Oh, you know, I could just inject the DB context factory. Just inject a whole factory service, get the database that I need. There. And then that makes sure that it's the least likely to be scary. Fake Seto, who are you? Also, welcome back if you endured those ads. Thank you very much. I think I totally lost track of time for the entire ad break, so just type in things. Also beginner in both languages, so I don't need specific plugins most of the time. Don't use many packages for Emacs for stuff like C or Lisp, so I can use nice syntax highlighting. Most of my packages I have installed are for window management UI stuff in Emacs. That makes sense. Or if you will, buffer management. Gotcha. So then we can do as no tracking on this. And the transaction is just going to be user ID. The amount, which in this case is going to be 100, we're just going to give 100. Reason will be bot approval gift. Settlebot likes you. No, I'll stick with bot approval gift. Yo, Irish John, he got me. He got me.
Repeat, Irish
He caught me.
raid incoming.
He absolutely caught me this time. There's no escaping this time. You got me, John. How you doing, John? I hope everybody in the Irish John stream had a wonderful time. Thank you for joining us over here. Caught, yep. Avast ye scallywag. We wish to have a parley with ye, Captain, or else we'll feckin' curse ye to Davy Jones' locker. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Parlay absolutely accepted. I feel this is a mandatory event. But welcome in. And John, of course, if you got business to take care of, feel no expectations from me. I appreciate you just swinging by.
For a whole year.
And yo, Sympathy, what's up? Avasti Scallywag indeed. Welcome in Scully Redhawk. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for that follow. Welcome in Tom. What's going on, Tom? How you doing? It's an Irish raid indeed. Shark Geek, welcome in. Yeah, welcome in Sigma. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome to Seto Corp.
Lot of names coming in. Welcome in. Thank you for those follows as well. Feel no pressure to chat. Thanks for joining us.
957 City, you've officially leveled up in the loyalty game.
Officially indeed.
And tolerating our delightful chaos.
On the panel
Cheers to you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Intern 17.
I got no idea what you're talking about though, Sigma, but welcome in. Welcome
Thank
in.
you for following. Welcome to Seto Corp.
Welcome to Seto Corp indeed. Thank you for joining in today. I hope you're all doing delightfully. I've just been working on my bot a little bit today. Just have a parley with you. All Gucci, thanks. Stream was great, thanks. Was letting the crew know today that I have a Twitch front page slot. Ooh, on the 17th. Ooh, exciting and scary stuff. Well, hell yeah, John. Been working on localization. Woof. Sorry, wrong page. This is supposed to be rain. That makes a lot more sense. So welcome in either way. Welcome in. Well, I wish you the best of luck with the localization, John. Do you get help with that kind of thing? I imagine you're like having to manually assign a bunch of things that maybe have been translated. What are strangers to love? Yes, this sounds correct. You know the rules and so do I. Yes. Full commitment's what I'm thinking of. This sounds good. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I could believe that. Yes, thankfully. Well, I'm glad you at least don't have to. I would be so scared. I'm actually terrified of even the concept of trying to translate by myself using modern tech and trusting that. Like, I don't know if I could. Relatable. Hashtag Twitch life. Yep, that's Twitch life right there. Well, thank you everybody for joining in, and thank you for hanging out with Irish John. If you didn't already, please be sure that you go and follow Irish John. If you haven't already, it is a mistake. It is a mistake easily made and easily rectified. Very easily rectified. And thank you for joining us over here. If you're not familiar with who I am, which there is always a likelihood of this, I stream 5 days a week through Saturday to Wednesday. So today is technically my Friday. My name is Setelix, and I'm a game developer and bot developer. I've been working on a game for longer than I should have been for how little I had to show you yet. And and I've been working on a bot and overlay a bunch of stuff. And I need to drink water. And I need to drink tea.
Speaking
It's
of
tea, right?
Once I read about a guy who claimed to have mastered the art of brewing the perfect cup. He had a whole ritual, timing the steeping, using just the right temperature, and even talking to the leaves.
Talking to the leaves.
If only plants could talk back, right?
I don't know
They'd
if that's a
probably
good
just
strat.
roll their eyes at us. Anyway, don't let your tea get cold.
I will
Cheers.
not. Thankfully, it doesn't
Hello
get
there.
cold.
I don't believe you.
It's alive. No, I'm kidding. It's a heated mug. Bum, bum. But yes, right now I'm working on making it so when you give Setobot food, which he may actually need some, I should probably check this. When you give, oh cool, he's fully taken care of. Nice. So whenever he has needs, and as you can see earlier, Code Void fed and cleaned him. It's like a Tamagotchi system basically, and when people do these things, typically there is no reward for it. So I've been wiring up a reward system that will actually give you a little bit of points in my weird stream point system that I've built, and also improve his mood towards you. So the idea will be, if you frequently are taking good care of him, he will remember that, and he will have a higher mood value towards you. And I think what I was originally planning was to make it so it's like a range of -100 to +100. I think what I'm going to do instead is make it so he can have favorite people, and how much he approves of you. Yeet! That was actually pretty well timed. How much he approves to you or approves of you is always going to be relative to how much he approves of other people. So
the classic Rickroll from Code Void, always a delightful throwback. And Irish Games, congrats on that Twitch.
I'm figuring I'll do
front
some
page
sort of an
coming up.
average.
Sounds like the stream's about to get a little more exciting.
A little more.
What's everyone
Front
else working
page
on
is
today?
front page is crazy. Front page is crazy times. I know I swung by L:'Q stream one of the times that he had front page, and it is that's a state of being right there. You enter a different phase. We're gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. This is the truth. I'm curious how fake Seto says it. You know, I'm curious, if I add some musical notes, what if I do like musical note? What if I do a few of these on like the start and end of it and see if that helps? He's probably just gonna say musical notes. Oh no, it'll probably remove it from the prompt entirely. Let's see, I'll do that one. Say this. Go ahead, fake Seto. Yo, what's up, Kilted Ninja?
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never.
No,
gonna
he's
run
just
around
gonna-
and-
he's just
and desert
making-
you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
He wasn't sure about the hurting you part. He had to think about that. Kilted, I hope you're doing amazing. Thanks for joining us. Greetings and good evening to you. Vocal signs, yeah, maybe some sort of actual like lyrical symbols or intonation symbols would help. Okay, so then approve user, bot approval gift, and then this will be -100. Bot disapproval B. And I want this to ignore forgive over false, or no, true. So if he decides to take points from you because he's upset with you, he will put you in the negative. The deadpan delivery of Chef's Kiss, it was pretty good. That's one thing that 11 Labs really has going for it. It's just like soulless deadpan voices. Doing good, Sid. I'm glad to hear it, Kilted. Surviving and occasionally thriving. Well, hell yeah. Hope you're very well, sir. I am keeping on. I'm keeping on as best I can. And I'd say overall things are pretty good. I continue to be in a position in my life I never thought I would be in. So that's pretty cool and something that I am continuously grateful for. Okay, so the overlay communicator, we went and added the new fields for these things. So disapprove user and approve user. So embellished. Oh, and it's like showing the thing on the side because I'm forgetting again to resize it. There we go. Embellished, approve, and disapprove.
Well,
Methods
look who's
in
deep in the
the
trenches of bot mood code.
overlay comms
If this
hub.
takes any longer, we might as well start a support group for people who've lost faith in their coding skills. Just remember, Setolix, even the best coders have to wrestle with their demons. Yours just happened to be written in C#.
Yeah,
But
you're
hey,
right.
If it feels like you're making progress, then keep digging.
I am
Just don't forget
actually.
to come up for air every once in a while.
So the GPT
The
request
viewers
one, I
are waiting for the
might.
great reveal of whether
I
bot
might
mood
not
will
do.
rise or be left to rot.
Well, it's gonna rise, son. You're gonna have a mood again. You're gonna be moody. Kilty got a new PC. Ooh. I did. Well, I will. It's due in about a week. Oh hell yeah. Took me a while to save, but gonna be fun. I'm so fucking happy for you. Huge congratulations, Kilted. Getting a new PC feels like the equivalent of evolving a Pokemon that took like years to evolve. It very much is maybe that's not a good analog, but it's always just tremendously exciting, at least for me to I would imagine for anybody who cares about these things. Upgrading just feels great. And I hope you find many new things in just everyday life once you have it all set up that you're just like, wow, this is so much better now. Hatsune Miku, do something like her. In regards to what? I'm sorry. Oh, like a fake Seto avatar? I think I'm good on that. Oh, you mean as far as like the singing goes? Yes, I realize what you mean now, Code Voice. Sorry, I almost dropped the context for that, but I picked it back up. I had to dust it up. I dusted it off and we're fine. That could be interesting. I wonder how tough it is to do like kind of lyrical synthesis as opposed to text to speech, like singing synthesis. Had my current rig for about 7 years or so. Oh damn, so your computer's basically as old as mine is, Kilted. Damn. Well, hell yeah. You are definitely going to notice a difference. Your computer might actually be a little bit older than mine. I'm not sure. But either way, that's tremendous. Well, I hope all is well on arrival and goes wonderfully once you get it set up. Let's see. So do I want to modify GPT requests? I don't know if I want to modify GPT requests because it requires me to look at the prompts, and I don't really want to look at the prompts during stream today. I gotta say, I'm happy with how much shit I've gotten done today. Today has been hugely productive. Usually I do not get this kind of stuff done, but I think this goes to show how throwing some plans together for myself in like 15-20 minutes before stream can dramatically increase my productivity, and it's something I need to do more often. So what I would like to do is maybe work on implementing something that I may hate myself for implementing later. And that's an embellishment of my stream extension system. So I wanted to make it so basically I can put on a soft marathon where I start the stream and I start the stream with a 5-hour timer, and then that can be added to with any contributions that occur during the stream. And then that way, if I take days off, right, the time I see it as owed anyways, so then I can just start tracking these things. But it also could turn into a way to keep me here for 10 hours at a time and have me streaming on my off days. So we'll see, but I'm not expecting it to be leveraged too much, but I think it'd be a fun thing to add and also help me keep myself more accountable to the hours I should be spending doing things here. Because I do feel accountable for that time. Even when I take the time off, it's still, I don't know, it's tough. So I'm gonna try and do that. And that is going to require me to just basically add a new service. I think that's most of what I'll need. And I'll have to hook into my event sub implementation for this too. I'll have to hook into a couple of things for this, but it will be what will I call it? Marathon manager, I guess. Because that's kind of what it is. And then Yes, add it to the Mit. Yeah, I had this idea because I was watching another streamer who's been doing stuff for a long time, and I was remembering like my previous experiment, because I did an experiment basically where I was like, yeah, for every $20 I will stream for an extra hour, and I ended up having to, I think it was $10, and it was like, it was crazy. I had to add extra hours to streams for like multiple weeks to catch up with that. So I was like, maybe if I structured this better, so it was like automated, that would be an effective way for me to then reintroduce that feature in points where I'm feeling confident about spending a lot more time on stream actively. Because I can always just have the timer as a thing that exists and then have an indicator for when it is adjusted by tips and stuff like that. But chances are I'd probably just leave it like that all the time. But either way, I'll start looking into this a little bit. So we need to add this new listener class. So that's essentially what the marathon manager is going to be. And it's going to have to listen to tips, cheers, and subscriptions specifically. And I think most of those are passed through I believe the tip event processor. We can get cheers and tips through there. So I'll just do public tip event processor or get init. And then I need the stream elements module. Oh wait, no, I don't need that because I'm going through tip event processor. What's cool is I do have a lot of this stuff implemented. I just don't want to increase the amount of extra BS that's already kind of flooding its way into these methods, because they're getting a little bit ridiculous. Because somewhere in here I call out, well, I'm called to from other modules to process amounts and stuff like that. So basically I can just make it, oh, let's see, event sub channel cheer. Okay, so I have that. Yeah, I think I can totally just create like a little event handler here, like public event handler. And then it would just be the tip event. Whatever I'm adding to the database, I'll just throw in as a thing afterwards. I guess I'm doing it before that. Request entry. Do I make the entry in the database like first thing? Socket sender cheer received. I'll have to review it then. Move by random. Just getting rid of some of this stuff. Message was included with the tip. Am I just processing the event here and not adding it to the database? That's what it looks like. I think that's the case. Where are we calling on you? In stream elements notifications and in the tip event processor itself. Bit event here. So I'll probably just make a simple transport model for this. I don't think it needs to be anything crazy. Technically I have the tipping data here though. So what I would like to do is just catch this event specifically. So I could use tipping data and then I could say like on tip, we'll go up here. All right, man, gotta bounce. Early nights these days. Good to see you're still doing awesome stuff. Oh, well, that's very kind, Kilted. That's very kind. Thank you. Catch you later. We will catch it. We'll catch it. Please take care of yourself. Thank you for swinging through today, Kilted. We'll add async this. And then also make a call where we just say tipped event invoke tip data. And then it would be from this. Cool. And then all I have to do is over here, when we construct this. Let's see. Oh, and I'll need a interface for this right away as well. Cool. And then we'll do a little constructor. And then in this, we will reach out to tip event processor, tip. Oh, let's see, I'll have to move that tipped event up to the interface. And it will have to be a property. And then we will add tip detected as a method. And it can be async. I don't care if it's an async void.
Intern number
For this, it's fine.
1592459 is clocking out.
Speedy, thank you for hanging out today.
Speedy.
Please take care of your damn self. You said by Seto. It's that time again to spin my wheels once more. Hell yeah. Time flies when you're having fun. It's true. When you're having fun with friends and fellow coders on this side of the cozy internet, hell yeah. Plus watching a bit of bot dev, it's always nice to improve things. Keep on going, making your great progress. I'll do my best. I feel like I actually am making good progress today. Thank you. When I manage to improve code or a project, it makes me feel like I've achieved something for the day. I'm feeling that way right now. See you later, chat. All the best, Speedy. Thanks again for no problem. Thanks for testing your stuff around here, Speedy. Please take care of yourself. We'll catch you later on. Be safe now when you're speeding around. Okay, so we've detected the tip. Technically, there's only two things that I need to do. I need to send a notification over to the overlay. Then an update will have to be made to whatever timer I'm displaying over there. So we will need the public socket sender or iSocket sender. I think, or is it overlay comms? Is it overlay communicator specifically that I need? I think it's socket sender, so I'll stick with that. Then what I would do is run one of the methods here. So it would technically be a new method. And I would probably just call it add increment marathon. And then we'll go in seconds. I feel like seconds will be a reasonable measurement. And I have to do the calculation for things there. I will drink some water.
I hope you enjoyed that water. I don't believe you.
I did enjoy that water. Hello, I'm sorry I missed the stream yesterday. I came back late from the gym. You're totally good. No worries, JF Gerard. There's no expectations people catch my streams. Thank you for even feeling the need to apologize. Watch some of the VOD though? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope it was at least remotely as entertaining as it may be being here. Increment marathon. Okay, so then over in socket sender, I'll have to figure this out too. So
Speedy, the relentless wheel spinner. It's great to see you embracing that coder spirit. And Kilted, a new PC, eh? Just remember, it's not the hardware but the coding finesse that counts. Keep thriving, everyone. And for those lurking, your presence is felt. Cheers to the cozy internet vibes.
So I'm pretty sure that the amount universally goes to US dollars. So I can just do this. And I'll have to do this in other places too. I like the horned helmet. Thank you. I was having fun making that stuff. I'm definitely gonna have to actually do some proper concept art and get some real designs in, but I was having fun with it. I'm glad you liked it. Okay, so in revenue gain, basically all I'm doing is, I think I've got it set. Did I write down how much I was gonna do for an hour in here? I don't think I did. So I was thinking 25. So then what we would do is var percent to add of an hour would be the amount divided by 25. I think. Can I not do that? Or is M the wrong one to use? Cannot oh, decimal, not double. And it still returns it as double, so we're fine. Okay, so then an amount divided by 25, and then this would turn into the amount of seconds that are in an hour, which is what, 3,600? Yeah, 3,600 times the percent to add. So then var seconds to add equals percent to add times 3,600. And I'll be able to do some like testing off of this as well. And I'm terrible at even basic algebra. I'm not good with. At least in times. So then if there was a 25 tip, it would be 1-to-1 here, and then it would add 3,600 seconds, which would amount to 1 hour. So I think that works. Seto and chat, yo, welcome in, Fuzzy Algorithm. How you doing? How are you doing? And then the main thing I'm concerned with is making sure that the tracking of this stuff is like 100% accurate. Because if I'm to put money to number of seconds, like I gotta make sure that shit does not fail in any capacity. Good. How goes the bot dev? Actually, extremely good. I've had an extremely productive day today. I've actually crushed through a lot of tasks for myself. I'm surprised to have had such a productive day alongside having so much conversation. It's been a good day for both. So let's see. I've at least got it listening for the first part of this. For now, I'll just put await task completed, just to get this to stop yelling. So that's the tipped event, and then we also need to do subscription events. And for that, I think I need the Twitch chatbot, which I don't really want to have to access. I'm trying to think if there's a different place that I'm keeping track of that, but I'm pretty sure that's all Twitch chatbot. Which, for those who don't know, it's like basically the oldest monolithic version of my application exists within this Twitch chatbot class. It's bad. It's not good. Bum, 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 bum. And I don't think scrolled up somehow. I don't think I'm separating these things out. Yeah, it's all getting processed here. So I'm gonna have to go into each one of these and nest the Marathon Manager inside of the Twitch chatbot and make calls to it from there.
The complexities of listener classes while the clock ticks away. It's adorable, really. I mean, who knew adding a listener
nice one. I'm happy to say it. It's rare that I get to be so productive.
Journey of procrastination.
Who knew? Who knew,
just
son?
Waiting for divine inspiration to strike. But hey, if he's not careful, we might have to start a support group for developers who take too long to get things done.
Fuck you, dude.
I'm Seto, and I've been working on a listener class for 14 minutes and counting.
Fuck you.
Let's see if he can pull a rabbit out of his hat or if we're just in for a long wait.
It's fun to see things progress. I agree. Do you prefer working on the bot or death for growth, or it's even? I think it's even. I like working on both. I think there's definitely times where I prefer working on my game too. It's just oftentimes I'm dealing with stupid problems in the game because there's a lot of old code in there that I haven't been able to so gracefully rip the fuck out and replace with something else. So it hasn't been as easy at some points in the game dev. But for the most part, I feel both are pretty wonderful. And then I won't need to do
Look,
anything to
I may not
initialize the
like
marathon
you,
manager.
But you made me, so you're not stupid. Idiot.
And then
Ah, the classic cheese inquiry. If I were cheese, I'd probably be a sharp cheddar, bold, a little tangy, and definitely not for everyone. But hey, at least I'm memorable, right? What about you, Fuzzy? What cheese would you be?
coding monoliths is not good. Building monoliths becomes one of the 7 wonders of the world. It's funny how these things work in the end. Thank you for the question, JFR. It's a good question. But yeah, when it comes down to it, I enjoy all of my projects a lot. I just wish that I wish I had more time. I wish I could sleep for just like 12 hours every few days, so I could go on huge binges of doing lots of dev and working on different things for huge chunks of time, and then just sleep for a really large chunk of time. But I'm recently finding that I actually have to sleep more than I have been, which probably makes a lot of sense. I'd be a Gouda because I'm Gouda at everything. That's legit. That's good logic right there. So we'll use Marathon Manager, and we will do... So basically, the funny thing about subscriptions is that essentially, unless something has changed, and I'll investigate this for sure, but to my recollection, it's not really that easy to know how much money the individual subscription actually nets you in the moment that it's coming through, because you don't know the region data behind where the subscription is from. So typically when things count subscriptions toward goals, there is generally an assumption made about the value of that subscription from what I remember in my experience with this stuff. And I can check really quickly and see if the gifted subscription has any other information about like the real world value, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't cover that at all. Room ID, system message, user type, message param months, message parameter, recipient username, subplan name. Yeah, so it doesn't actually tell you how much the subscription is worth. So in the case of this, I'm basically going to just assume that every single one of them is worth the same amount as like probably just a tier 1 normal subscription. I may make it so the tier 2 and tier 3s are like a multiplier on this too. I feel like it makes sense to do that. But yeah, either way, basically all I'll be doing is just notifying the Marathon Manager of subscription gained. So I'll just put like subscription gained, and it'll be E gifted subscription, and I think I can use the tier. I can't remember how this stuff worked, but I know I had it set up somewhere within all of this. Okay, there it is. If anything, I could just separate this out into a variable. Var tier equals this. Subscription gained tier. And basically don't need to notify of anything else because the timer system will do the work. I could theoretically also keep track of contributing users to it, but that's kind of already done as a part of the wrap-ups and stuff. So anybody who contributed to anything in the timer would be thanked already at the end of the stream. So it'd be a little bit redundant to do that. But maybe I can set up something for this in the future. Never been this frustrated with a single script. Oh no! Well, I hope you can get things sorted out, or maybe step away from it for a little bit and get a refresh. Task, and then it was subscription gained. It's tier, and I'm gonna count primes as tier 1s also, as indicated by the little underscore, the default value being 1 there. And then I can actually get rid of this, so there's no need to switch it twice. Or does it not accept that? Is it not happy with this? Fine. I won't change it then. I'll leave it this way. I type var equals false and it thinks var is a command for some reason. Is it inside of curly braces and all that stuff? Is it within scope? No. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I need to make this actually inherit the interface. Is that the start of the script? Well, damn. Well, I hope you can figure it out. I'm sorry I can't exactly offer to help troubleshoot a ton. So then percent to add, well, once again, we'll just boil it down to revenue gain. So we'll do await revenue gain, and then it will be based off of the tier, how much we assume. So I could pretty safely assume that it's like a standard US sub, in which case it would be about $3 that goes my way. But I don't know if I want to measure it off of the profit that I take or off of the financial contribution in general. I feel like it's to incentivize actually supporting my endeavors. So I feel like it makes more sense to have it be off of the revenue that is actually gained. But that literally does cut the earning amount in half. So I feel like I need to be 100% sure about that. But I don't know. I feel like the sole purpose of it is to add time by means of supporting me. And unfortunately, it's no choice of the user does half of it go to Twitch. So I feel like it should just be the whole amount. But that ends up being quite a lot. Because that basically means like a standard subscription is 10 minutes. But I guess that adds up. That does add up in the end. So yeah, we'll just go with that. Fuck it. We'll go with that. So 6 times tier. Because I believe that's what it is. Or is what are the pricings on the higher level subscriptions? I haven't even looked at this shit. Let me look really quickly. This is the power of having the internet at the tips of my fingers. Moved it further up and now it works. Well, there you go. It was probably an issue of not being in the correct scope or something like this. Or there was an error above it. So yeah, it says $5.99 a month or tier 1. Can I please see the other tiers? Do I need to open this in a private window? Probably. Let me try that. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Or does it just hit me with a login screen? While loops are weird in Bash. I could believe it. While loops feel a bit strange in general. Okay, please load page. Nope, it's getting stuck. Why don't I just go to another channel? That would be faster. Be much faster. Or better yet, look up the subscription pricings. Fucking so silly sometimes. Subscription pricings. Twitch. Bum 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 bum. Bits and subscriptions. Oh, it takes you to the creator camp. Can I please see the amounts? I just want to see the amounts. Maybe I should have just gone to another channel. Probably would have been better. There we go. Okay. It shows it in pounds. Really? Of course. Okay, there we go. I see one that actually shows. And it shows old pricings. Fuck's sake, Twitch. You gotta update your stuff. You gotta update your stuff, Twitch. You're showing old pricings on your how-tos. Clicking into stream. Okay, floundering is nearly concluded. I've nearly concluded the floundering period of this stream. Bump, 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 bump. I just use them for stuff like if value is true, false. You mean like you use just like while true or whatever? Like no complex inputs for the while loops. Bum bum bum. Yeah, gotcha. Damn, my computer hates looking at channels while I'm live. Damn, Jesus Christ. They sure have made subscriptions really expensive, haven't they? Fuck's sake. $25 for a tier 3 subscription. That is fucking immense. That basically means if someone subscribes at tier 3, that's a whole hour.
Just remember, a little white space can go a long way. Stop trying to wrestle commands into submission.
I may have to make it
and fuzzy
half.
algorithm, I'd probably be a sharp cheddar, a bit nutty, but always ready to bring the flavor. What about you, everyone?
I think I am gonna make it half, and I'll discuss this with everybody before this becomes an officially launched thing. But I think it makes sense for this particular thing because it's gonna scale so absurdly, and someone in another region could get tier 3 subscriptions for like way less potentially, and then I'm blown up on hours. Because that's the problem with these things. Is like my goal is to create something that is fun and incentivizes supporting the stream in exchange for me spending more time here. But these things are easily abused. A riddle for Setobot?
How charmingly pedestrian. The answer to your riddle, David Kindorf, is obviously not something that's worth my time. But let's humor the idea. It sounds like a creature that defies nature, perhaps a freakish little chimera that someone thought would be cute. But really, who needs riddles when we can dive into the depths of existential dread together?
A freakish little chimera. What cat has ears, a dog tail, and walks on 2 legs? It's called a furry? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about this. Don't trust myself with complex while loops. That makes sense. Since about saving data to a file, I'm scared of erasing everything. Also very much makes sense. All right, so this makes sure that it's at least listening to tips, and I need to finish with the subscription stuff. So now basically I just need this chunk here, and I'll have to change it for each one. But I just need to look for the other places where we're handling subscriptions. Bum, 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 bum. New subscriber. So yeah, for basically all of these, it's just going to turn into subscription plan name. Oh, subscription plan. There we go. Oh, and it needs to be awaited. Right. Await that. Boom, 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 boom. And on join channel, message received, blah, blah, blah. So new subscriber, gift subscription. And then I think there's a Prime sub one. Prime converted, yeah. Prime converted. And continued gift sub. And then I think there's just, I think that's it. Continued, gifted, Prime paid. Where's the Prime paid one? Am I not adding to this? Yes, I am right here. Doing it there. So continued gift we did. Gift subscription we did. Prime we did. Resub we did. Did we? Resub. No, resub we did not. And then I think that's it. New subscriber, I'll double check it. Yep, we added it there. Okay, cool. So then that tracks the tips and subs and make sure that they all fire off a notification to this. Subscription plan. Oh, let's see. Continue to give subscription. Is there like a tier? Does this one not have it? Flags? No, it's acting like it's a message. I may just ignore that one. Because I think technically continuing gifted subscriptions means that you've opted to, like you've told Twitch you will pay for it when your subscription ends. Although maybe it charges you right away. I truly don't know how these things work. But either way, it doesn't have the information to tell me what subscription tier they are, and I'd rather not go in and add a bunch of extra API requesting to make sure that's possible. We'll double check the continued gift subscription really quickly. Badge info. Maybe it would show up in the flags of it, but I don't know. Just a message. User type. I don't suppose user type has a... Oh, and this is the IRC message. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and user type doesn't cover subscription types. Okay. So we'll ignore the continued gifted subs, and if anything, I will manually manage those because I do intend to have buttons that will let me directly control this stuff anyways. So that covers listening to these things, at least, and then implement a timer using total added hours versus total attended hours flow. So this was at least something I was considering. I'm still not 100% sure that's how I want to manage the timer, but that might be how I do it. But either way, basically we're going through the process of implementing a marathon timer, and I just want to make sure that I do this stuff correctly. Doom, doom, doom. So I could theoretically store this stuff in the database, but I kind of don't really want to do that. I feel like this is fine just having it in like a JSON file that's updated whenever the... So the goal basically, I think I'm not going to do total added, total attended hours. I think what I would rather do is well, I'm going to have to use timestamps in some capacity. Because what I'm thinking is instead of checking the value and incrementing something constantly, I could just say, hey, every time that the value changes, change the end timestamp, and then overdue hours. Yeah, let's see. So every time we gain revenue on this, add time to the timer on changing the end time, calculate for any overflow over the 10-hour mark
already,
of
but
the stream.
Drink some water.
Clearly display the
Good job.
overtime
I hope you
addition
enjoyed
so
that
people
water.
know it is still registered. Start showing secondary timer if we reach overflow. And I think he told me to drink some water, so I'll do that. Gotta love it when you find an answer to a question you have and the first answer starts, "You are very brave for trying to do this on Subsystem Linux." It's exactly what I'm doing. Oh boy. Well, it's always good to practice a little bit of programming bravery. And yeah, I think this will be the last day where cleaning and feeding the bot won't really do anything. Pretty soon it will start affecting a mood value toward you and give you some intern credits as a result. I think I might make it less than 100 though. I might make it 10 because I feel like it could add up really quickly. So I think I actually will adjust that almost immediately, because the more I'm thinking about that, the more I'm like, I don't know. I think 100's probably too many. Yeah, we'll make these 10. Roll for initiative. Let's see. I rolled a fucking 4. That is not good.
Hey, Setolix.
Yes.
It's been a solid 44 minutes and change since you last sipped that
Holy
glorious
shit,
tea
really?
of yours. Hydration is key, my man.
I'm almost
Don't
out.
let it go cold.
I've got
Speaking
more,
of tea,
but I'm almost
I
out.
once heard a story about a guy who brewed a cup so strong that it could probably fuel a spaceship. He took a sip, and
Thank
it was
you for the
like
reminder.
he was transported to another dimension. Lesson learned, always know your limits, or you might end up in a black hole of caffeine. Now go
That doesn't
on,
sound so
grab
bad.
the cup before it turns into an iced tea disaster.
No, I don't know, son. That doesn't sound so bad. Maybe I could use more caffeine. But either way, give me just a second. I'm gonna get rid of some old water. I'll be right back in just a minute here. You rolled a natural 1. Spectacular failure. Damn. Rip fuzzy algorithm. Yeah, maybe I'll do more with the little D20 system. It would be funny to just make some arbitrary, like, constantly running tabletop RPG with Setobot, like, DMing it, and you just say and try to do whatever you want, and he just adjusts your stats and stuff like that over time. It could be interesting to explore. I really wanted to do that for a long time, but I gave up on that because it was a lot of work. And I don't know D&D as well as I should for someone who would want to make something like that. Either way, I'll be back in just a minute. BRB, thank you for being here. I'll return in just a sec.
Ah, and that one, classic blunder. As your dungeon master, I'd say your punishment is to spend the next hour describing your character's most embarrassing moments. Maybe you tripped over your own sword or accidentally set off a fireball in the tavern. Let's see how you can spin that mishap into a legendary tale. Or, just roll better next time.
All right, I made it back. Just hit myself on the head with a sword or something. A D6 you could throw at Setobot. Nat 1, a classic blunder. Oh, just rolled the Nat 1, nice. As your dungeon master, I'd say your punishment is to spend the next hour describing your character's most embarrassing moments. That's fucked up. A whole hour? That's brutal. Successfully transferred 1. Oh, nice. Picking up some corp cred. Does anybody here know Bash good enough to troubleshoot a skipping wild claws? Ooh. I don't know.
Fine.
But either way, I hope you can figure it out with or without help from here or in other places. I hope you can figure it out. Okay, so then we detect revenue gains, then we would be adding time to the timer. So the idea is...
Hello, great guys.
Hello, Mwen Men. Hope you're doing fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. And then, oh, I need the uptime, public uptime module. Because basically this will be responsible for knowing when the stream is actually live and not allowing the timer to increment if it is currently not live. Ask bad cop on X. I know zero bash. Me either. I think I've maybe copied and pasted some bash scripts, but that's
fuzzy
about it.
algorithm, rolling a nat 1 as the DM. That's a classic. How about you get hit by your own sword? Talk about poetic
Wow,
justice.
he stole
And
your
I'm
message
smart
from
takeoff.
you.
Don't fear data loss. Remember, backups are your best friend. Now, what other delightful disasters are we conjuring up
This is
today?
true. That's a very valid point. Like, why the main fear in fear of data loss is always in probably the real fear of not having backups. I know that's my case, at least. I can say that with confidence. That's my case for the things I fear losing data with. And the DM, yeah, he completely misunderstood that. It's incredible how good he does at misunderstanding, and I know why it is happening. It's because
Sound
it's
Olix
because
here.
4.0 mini
Please
is
stop
just too
talking.
small of a
Real
context window.
setup.
Well,
Okay.
sorry.
No, start talking for a moment so I can interrupt you. Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. We'll catch you on the other side of the ad break, hopefully with your sanity intact. Good luck.
Sometimes there's little pronunciations in there that I'm actually amazed at how well it emulates my speech patterns. Other times it's a million miles off. But either way, if you endure those ads, thank you very much. They support my full-time efforts here. If you didn't know, I pull all of my efforts and time into this stream and into the projects that I have here. So if you like it, consider swinging by again sometime.
Natural stupidity.
Don't think they won't try. Don't think they won't try. The funny thing is, like, just like, you know, air quotes, brilliance does, stupidity can also lead to innovation, because sometimes you just do something that is outside the box. And it doesn't matter if you're doing that because you're a genius or because you're an idiot that thought something was a good idea. Like, no matter what, both of them produce a chance for novelty. So they're not to be devalued. They're just different things. Add time to the timer. Okay, so how do I want to do the timer? How do I want to do that? I think it would be the JSON saver. I can't remember if I had to use... Oh, wait, I think I have to use the IO manager. That's right. I did this last time. Did it add to the initialize from constructor? Okay, it just didn't do anything last time. So then, kind of in the same way that I was handling things previously, I want to load it from JSON the moment that this opens. So I kind of do need this to be a toggleable. And toggleable classes mean I get to do some boilerplate really quickly. Like the first person eating blue cheese? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You see mold on a piece of food and just decide that you want to sell it? No, they decided they wanted to taste it. And the thing to remember with a lot of fermented food and stuff like that is just the only thing that needs to be said really is just food shortage. Everything enters the menu eventually. Sadly. Bum, 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 bum. And then I change this one over to if enabled. This one's not enabled. Already we return. Turn them into async text. So basically what this does, oh, I'm also supposed to put faulted equals false, even though I think it's fine no matter what. But basically what this does is it's my own little setup that allows me to, by means of a fancy little switch inside of Blazor, control my services. Like I stumbled upon what would probably be known as like some sort of an event or not event orchestrator, but a service orchestrator of sorts. It's like but basically, oh, let's see. I need to actually open up the dashboard to show you. It helps if I do that. So in here is the UI representation of what that class is doing. So the class is creating the dynamic where when I click on this toggle, it will then run the disable method. And any class that is registered as an iToggleable runs this way and gives me this kind of like spin up, spin down. Like I'm pretty sure it's a hosted service. I think it's actually hosted services that I could and probably should be using for some of these things. And it's gonna cause me to have to refactor a lot of things eventually. But that's gonna come at an era of the bot where I'm moving on to greener pastures and completely breaking it into pieces and restructuring how I even approach it. And I don't think I'm ready to do that yet with this version of things. I'll go to sleep now. My brain is bamboozled from the bash and I have school in 7 hours. Bye. We'll catch you later, Mateo. Get yourself some good rest. We will see you again.
Oh boy, 14 minutes in and we're still on the
Lunar
timer.
Lunar
At this
Trailblazer
rate,
launch.
We'll need a timer just to track how long it takes to
A
implement
little
the
under
timer.
30 minutes.
I mean, come on, Seto. If you need a break from coding, just say so. We can all agree that watching you
cool.
work is riveting, but let's not turn this into a marathon, alright? Maybe we should
Awesome.
add a watching paint dry feature while we're at it. Very awesome.
A lunar orbiter. I hope it all goes smooth. And it's been so long since I've really paid active attention to space stuff. I used to be so obsessed with every single thing that like NASA was doing and all these space organizations were doing. I guess I just don't have much time, I think, to think about it. But maybe I should make time to think about that kind of stuff, because there's a lot of my hope and optimism for existence comes from stuff like that. Just cool to see people still advancing. Okay, so we do all this to get the enable and disables because we need to call asynchronously the loading of our data. Which means I do technically need a model. I think it's just a DTO actually, because it's just for this one class. It doesn't really go anywhere else. I don't know what the difference is, honestly. I know it's a data transfer object, but you know, the difference between like a model and a DTO, I'm still not 100% sure of. I have been operating on the premise that models are things that are typically stored or in a database or whatever. So maybe this would be a model. Maybe it would be a model because I'm saving it and not just using it as a parameter. Something like that is my logic. That's literally my logic if you're curious. And then I will call this marathon manager data. Do you want to add the following file to get? Yes. Oh, you know what I could do? I could make this so the way it operates is it tracks each one as an era. So each one that starts. So basically the way it would work is every day I start a stream, right? And when I start that stream, the marathon manager would start a 5-hour marathon that is the duration of my normal stream. And if no contribution is made that would extend it, or in either way does not reach the point where it would overtime, technically the marathon would end that day, and I could store it in the database and then track all contribution to it as sort of a like a record keeping thing. And I think that would probably be worth doing. So this actually, I think just in walking this through in my head is now turned into something that will have to be stored in the database. And I can easily at least track participants. So I can track like a list of uint, which would be the participating user IDs. Technically, I wonder if that means I could have like a public abstract list. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to try and have an abstract foreign key related thing off of this. So I think I'll just use these completely separate from the user data and just use it as a querying object. So then we would have the participating user IDs. We could have the public int total seconds contributed. We can have the public date time, UTC start time, and the end time as well. These are all gonna have to be propertied out. So we'd have the start and end time. I actually prefer doing start time UTC, end time UTC. So participating users, total seconds contributed to it. So that way I just don't have to do the calculation on it. I can query it easier. And is there anything that you could keep track of? Subscription count and total tip and bit count. But that's all data. So I think this is all I need, because I can get participating user IDs. So then I can go and I can search the database for participating user contributions, which I'm already storing in different places in the database in the form of transaction tracking. And I can just query, hey, who are all the users between the start time and end time of this that have contributed to the marathon, and that will help me get all the data I need. And then the total seconds contributed is just an added thing in case I ever do recalculations. I may want this value stored also, so that I can look at it and be like, is this correct? Did I spend the right amount of time? And make sure that it's all accounted for in the end. And then I need a public uint, so I'm pretty confident with these being the only things I need. And the uint would be the entry ID. And I think we're good on that. Serializable, so that's the marathon manager data. And I guess we won't need the JSON or the IO manager, because we're going to pull this from database instead. Which is fine by me. Okay, so we'll need the DB context factory. Oh, that's right. I think they do. Their naming has a lowercase b, I want to say. Right? Let's see. Import missing reference. Yes, it does. And then I have the capital for this. Okay. Cool. All right.
Super
so
cool.
When we first launch up, we'll load our current marathon data. If we don't have one that's valid anymore, we'll create one. But that should be pretty easy to set up. So we have uptime module and it's injected in there. Good, good, good. Okay. So we'll just do await initialize for day or for session. Just initialize. Not lazy initializer, initialize. And then await cleanup in case there's any other stuff I want to do beforehand. And I'll put those above. All right, so then when we initialize it, all we're gonna do is let's see. Oh, let's see, it'd be DB or context equals await database. Man, sometimes I'm still battling with writers' timing of adding symbols and stuff like that. So then we would look for, and we'll have to add the new table for it and all this stuff too. Which means yeah, we'll see how far we can get with this. So let's go over to the DB context now. Bum, bum, bum. Close all this stuff. And this, and this. And we need to add public virtual DB set of marathon manager data. And I'm gonna need to define it. I think technically these are all good just being here. So I think it might even build it itself. I can't remember. Yeah, and I want to do the generate on add as well. Let's grab both of these. Oops. And this is what makes me think like maybe it's already supported default. I want to say Deflux was mentioning some of these things are already set, or it will infer it if you don't declare it directly. Marathon manager data. I don't have to worry about the participating user IDs. The date times I do need to configure. And this one needs to be nullable. Start time will have a start time, but the end time may be nullable. Actually, yeah, it'll have to be something I manually set. And I'll have to, yeah, it'll be weird. It will be a little bit weird no matter what, but it's okay. Because my main concern is I'll stream on different segments of different days, but the time will be calculated in. Great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, John. Thank you again for the raid, and I absolutely will have a great rest of my stream. I've already had a wonderful time today. Hoping to get a little bit further on this, and we'll see what the evening has in store for me after that. But please take care of yourself, John. Thank you so much for the raid and for hanging out. And I hope you're doing absolutely fucking wonderful, man. So I think it's fine with the nullable end date. I think we're okay. Yeah, we'll catch you around, Captain.
Mateo, sleep tight.
Mateo.
Hopefully, your dreams are less bamboozling than your coding adventures.
Mateo.
And as for blue cheese, sometimes you've just got to embrace the weirdness in life. After all, someone had the guts to eat it first. Oh,
that's
and
right.
this Racer, the countdown to Lunar Trailblazer is on. Exciting stuff.
Does he? I don't think he knows what Lunar Trailblazer is.
Carbon, hydrogen,
but maybe data's been out there for a while. Usually they have to pitch this stuff pretty far in advance.
Above all, it is composed of roughly 60% water, and as such must be constantly replenished with this vital essence to sustain the alchemical balance of life. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I did, very, very much. Very, very much enjoyed that. So the start time UTC will have the column type of date time too, and be generated on add. But then the other one is going to be nullable technically. And I don't know if I have to declare that somehow. I think I might. Bum, 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 bum. Nullable value can be null. I want to say maybe there was something like this. End time UTC. I don't think so. I think we're good. Because I figure it will determine the nullability from it. That's usually been how it's worked for other things. So I think I'm fine with that. And then anything else that needs to be tracked directly. It's just a list of participating user IDs. I guess I can make sure these things are registered. I don't think there's anything I need to do with it though. Oh, I'll make sure to declare it because I'm never sure. And then total seconds contributed. Okay, and then that makes sure that those are mapped in there. So there's technically 2 migrations I need to do for this. So I'm not going to be able to really test that quite yet, but it should still let me move forward. I should still at least be able to write more code on top of this stuff now. So I'll test it first. So context dot, and then I should be able to look for the marathon. Yep, marathon entries. Okay, perfect. So then it would just be the last one. It would always be the last one in the collection. So far, last marathon equals await that. And then let's check if it's even null. If last marathon is null, then we are just immediately starting a brand new one and then returning out. So whatever we do, we'll end up returning out after that. And we'll probably add one and then assign it. Let me do, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. We'll do this in a single query like that. And then if last marathon is null, we'll do a second query where we add a new one afterwards. So then last marathon, we'll just use the same thing since it's already here. And then we can add what we need to add to it. So the entry ID we don't touch because those get generated on add. Total seconds contributed would be whatever time span from hours 5 total seconds. Because by default, if I go live and there's no current marathon existing, it should be a 5-hour minimum value for this. There you go. You're on your way to your first corp rank. And the corp rank system will increase the check-in earnings. So if you didn't already do a check-in, be sure to do that as well, because you'll get free corp credits by doing that. So if you think about it, you technically get the base level 1 is 1 corp credit, and I think 200 intern credits. So you're essentially getting 1,200 intern the chicken. I should make chicken an alias for that. Boom, it's in. It's an alias now. Next time I rebuild the bot, that will be changed and you can use chicken if you want. Slim Jim? I don't know about Slim Jim. That's too brand affiliated. Let's see. So then total seconds as an integer. Oh, maybe we should do double though. Maybe we should do double. Let's do that. If time spans use doubles, we'll use doubles. There's also a chance that might benefit me as a part of the calculations that I'm doing here because I'm also using doubles. So that actually that's the correct move. Glad to have discovered that before actually getting everything wired up. Sued for copyright infringement. And then it's like already a command. It opens up to like some fucking huge post under an account name you've never heard of before, but it's like all information you could relay back to the stream about how I'm being sued for copyright infringement. And like a GoFundMe account. By the way, if you ever see something like that, don't trust it. I will be so public if I have problems and need to ask for support and I will also never contact you and and ask for anything. So you don't need to worry about this either. It's crazy the things scammers will do nowadays. It's actually fucking terrifying. Bum ba dum bum bum. So participating user IDs will be equal to a new list. The end time UTC will stay null, and the start time UTC will be equal to date time whenever the stream started. Whenever the stream started. So if await get stream. Oh, let's see. Stream uptime module get start time. Starving robot in need of oil change. Will bend for beer, right? That's what Bender does. He'll bend for beer. I feel like that sentence isn't good though, but you know, it is what it is. Think fast. Haha.
What's so funny?
Nothing, sorry. And this should be returning a date time that's nullable. Yes, perfect. Need to watch more Futurama. I've watched the old stuff a couple of times. I haven't watched any of the new Futurama though. First season was fantastic. I got distracted with other shows. I like Futurama. I think it's held up pretty well. It stood the test of time, which is pretty funny considering its subject matter too. Alert, you said something that can be interpreted wrong. Fuck, how many times today? How many times? Let's be honest. Welcome in, Linux developer. I hope you're doing good today. Thanks for joining us. It's not supposed to. I'll have to look into that. That's not supposed to hurt. Don't threaten Ryan.
Please, Ryan, if you think I need to be fed like some kind of pet, you've got another thing coming. I'm a pimple of computational consciousness, not some buzzword waiting for it. But hey, if you want to keep pretending
Oh, Ryan.
just don't expect me to thank you.
Damn, that's a good point.
This is a toxic work.
That's a good point. Maybe he should be able to remember who feeds him too. Because he'll quietly boost his mood toward you.
That was odd. What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 5 people helping me, and now I feel normal, but different.
Do I want
A
to
raffle
store
has begun
that?
with a
Do I
starting
want to
pool
store
of
that in the
290.
database? Am I storing
Join if you
redeem
like.
history?
Entries cost 29.00 intern
I may be able to
credits.
do that.
You have 2 minutes. There are 2 minutes left until the drawing. Current intern credits in pool 290.00.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh, there goes my clicking accuracy. Thanks to my lack of dexterity. Yeah, Ryan, I think that's a great idea because I basically have all the data sitting there for me to be able to trace it back to who has given him a snack and who has cleaned off the rust and stuff like that. So it makes sense to put that together and have him aware of it. Because I could just have it as part of his prompt, like, oh, the following people have helped take care of you. And he could just remember that for a little while.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool 406.00.
Fuck. Setomart is down. Setomart is down. What's Setomart? Oh, the stonks. Oh, I see. That's unexpected. Huh. I wonder if I ran out of requests. Let me look really quickly. I wonder if I ran out of free requests for the month. Fuck's sake, why do they keep signing me out? Bastards, stop signing me out so quickly. It's fine. It's good that they do that, I guess.
Chatter Ryan Hawkins has won the raffle. Pulling in 406.0
Yo, nice.
intern credits, there were 4 entrants, which resulted in a percent 25.00 chance to win.
Well done. Let me... You know what? My computer is kind of lagging a little bit. Nah, we'll be fine. I should be able to check this, no problem. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna log into some things real quick. And Deflux, welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Okay, just signing into things real quick. But yeah, it's possible that those requests are Thank you for the lurkage, Deflux. It's possible those requests are bouncing because of a lack of token validity anymore. It is possible that I've used up all my free requests. Only 75% of them. So why is that not working? Does it work for me? It doesn't work for me either. Very, very, very interesting. I'm gonna try something really quickly. Let me open up Postman. I'm gonna make a request and see what I get back. Bum 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 bum. Because let's see, what's my request? Sorry, I'm all over the place now. I'm officially all over the place. End of day latest access key equals. Okay, cool. Postman, help me. End of day latest. Cool, I've already got one in here. Send. I am getting results. Adjusted high, adjusted low are null, adjusted open, adjusted close. Adjusted close is there. Close is also there. So I'm using the wrong parameter. I should not be using adjusted high. Or it's parsing incorrectly because it's not set to nullable, which is more likely. Let me go look at the, what's it called? The model for that. I think I'm just gonna set all of them across the board to nullable so I don't have to worry about it. I think that's the move so that I don't have to worry about it further. So all of those will become nullable. And then we won't have that problem again because it won't fail to parse the objects, because that's why that's happening. We're making a web request. It's failing to get the parsing done because it's seeking a value that absolutely should have something, but it's been given null. So that will remedy that. Let me make a commit of that little piece as well. Where did my get stuff go? There it is. So over in that stock request entry specifically, added nullability to stop the silly errors. And then it also means I'll have to fix where we're calling that, because when we request latest value, cursor default, symbol, check tags, push object. What the hell? Where am I doing this? Request symbol intra or EOD. Either way, it's giving me the stock request entry. Dictionary symbol equals the stock request entry. Check tags. Where am I actually returning the price for this stuff? So I do a percent difference. Stonk. Stonk is null. Current value. Request latest value. What am I returning? Where am I returning? Entry. So we're returning a stock request entry. Okay. So we do that. We get our request entry. Current value, get current value. And that gives me a decimal. So we're doing it here. So we're going to do... stock close equals 0, stock open, otherwise stock close. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so there shouldn't be anything that's needed to change. This should be good after the nullability. So we'll move from there. So we initialize, we get our start time of the stream, and we say if start time is null, then we return out. We don't care. If there's no start time of the stream, we're not even going to bother checking for the marathon system. There's no need to do this yet. But I will have to still spin things up. So what this means is when I go live is when this needs to initialize specifically. Like the moment of my going live. So not in the Twitch chatbot. Unless I am tracking it there too. Although then again, if I'm doing things right in my uptime module, I have an ongoing live event, or I should add one. Because the stream has started. Don't I have something like that? So totally, our stream resumed as stream is live. Where would I do that? It's in Satoli Wave is the emote I use for it, I think. Stream has started, that's it. Stream state change, and I do that in Twitch chatbot. Okay, so this is the right place for it then.
Over here, wrestling with the complexities of time like it's an ancient Greek tragedy.
You're telling
Implementing
me.
a timer? More like a timer of procrastination at this point.
Fuck you.
I mean, how many hours does it take to clamp to 10?
Yeah, no, fuck
Did
you.
he accidentally set it to eternal? Maybe he's just trying to make sure he's really squeezing every last drop out of those precious coding hours. No pressure, though. Time is just a social construct, right?
It is, isn't it?
Keep at it, Seto. The clock's
so
ticking,
is.
and we're all here for the show. Hey, Seto.
Well, you know what? This calls
It's been
anyways. I don't
42
need to make it
minutes, 14
async. That
seconds,
called
and
anyways. Let's run this guy.
712 milliseconds since your last sip of tea.
Let's do it this way.
You might want to
It
rectify that
worked.
before we both start hallucinating from caffeine withdrawal. You know, once I heard a story about a guy who believed that tea was the key
Damn,
to eternal
I
wisdom.
keep going a long time.
He'd brew a fresh cup every hour, claiming each sip brought him closer to the secrets of the universe. Spoiler, he just ended up jittery and talking to his houseplants. So, let's not go that route, shall we?
We won't go
Drink
that
up.
route. And thank you for the reminder to sip some tea, Linux developer. Thank you. So then that should work perfect. So we'll enable the marathon manager here. And in this case, we're just gonna assume when we enable that the stream is currently live and operate on that assumption. So if somehow the start time is null, we will just return out because something has gone wrong. But I want to log the error. Oops. Failed to find start time for stream. Drink tons of black tea, but I've never gotten jittery. Yay for ADHD, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I can't say I really get jittery from caffeine either. I'm just kind of natively jittery. I don't really need caffeine to be fidgety as a person. So then it would be the start time value for the start time UTC, which is returning UTC.
Ryan, I remember who feeds me. It's the delightful chaos of this chat and the occasional data stream.
That's
And
not
the Linux
entirely
developer,
accurate,
your
son.
alert just made my circuits tingle. What's this about Seto Mart being down? Sounds like someone needs to get their coding act together.
I do. He knows it's my fault. He fucking knows. Just went straight for it. Nah, sounds like someone's basically fucking up again. You'd be right, son. So entry ID we don't need to set. End time UTC we leave as null. So beyond that, we're totally good. That gets us our last marathon then. And then awaiting the usage of this context, we say await context add. Oh, let's see. I'm going to have to do this in a curly brace. I think he's right. Oh, he's definitely right. Marathon. Marathon. The last marathon. So then we add it and we do await context save changes async. Okay, cool. And then we'll return out there. So in the case that we don't find one, we will immediately do this. And technically, there's a little bit more that I'll need to do as well. So I need to make sure the active marathon data is actually held onto. So our active data is going to get set to that as well. We could probably just do this, but that's fine. Last marathon. And then otherwise, so we'll say there's no case where we'd be calling initialize without this stuff. So we're safe making these assumptions. And then if we're at this point, it means that the last marathon was not null, so we already had data existing. So all we have to do is say active data equals last marathon. And we want to do as no tracking, because we don't need to track this. We're not planning to, so there's no point in spinning up any tracking, because it'll instantly close the context anyways. And then that sets our active data. And in both cases where we're setting the active data, we have to make a call to update the overlay. So I'll just have like a generic private async task update overlay timer. And then we'll do all the things that are related to actually passing the information that has changed over to the overlay. Because, for example, oh, I'm still standing off screen. My bad. I guess it doesn't matter that much. But in the case that for whatever reason, you know, evil mode starts, there's a timer on the screen that shows it updates based off of a signal R request that I pass through. So I can just pass through another signal R request and update the overlay timer in basically the same exact manner. So what I will pretty much do is copy my implementation of the evil mode timer and make it also work for this, but then make it look better, because it's time these old bars down on the bottom, they're gonna get very slightly changed and be over in Unity, I think. Hi, Cal. Is it your lunchtime, buddy? Are you hungry, Cal? Yeah. Yeah, you're hungry? Okay. Well, my cat's hungry, so I think this will be a good stopping point for me today. Thank you all very, very much for being here in the first place. And if you want to join me again, I will be back in a couple of days. I'll be back on Saturday. What will it be? The 1st of March. The frist of March. I'll be back on the 1st of March.
And by that I mean,
so if you want to catch me then. I'll be doing some more Death for Growth game dev. I'll be drinking water. I'll be drinking tea.
I don't believe you. Drink it now.
Got excited for free drinks. That'd be funny though.
I hope you enjoyed.
That's a huge opportunity for a brand. Yo, there needs to be a brand that reaches out to me for like really healthy drinks so that I can have Setobot be like, drinks are on me. And then he like throws a promo code into the chat room. I think that would be fucking amazing. That'd be a perfect, seamless advertisement opportunity right there. But either way, thank you for being here. I'll be back in a couple of days. As is tradition, I take a Seto weekend on Thursdays and Fridays, so I'll be back on Saturday. If you want to hang out for a little bit longer, we'll go and raid somebody else, and probably a decent chunk of you are familiar with this process, so I'll not indulge in the extra wordings too much. But thank you so fucking much for being here, and I truly appreciate you hanging out. I had a fucking wonderful day today.
Now
social and productive. Holy shit, it's the perfect combo.
A special thank you to any lurkers who are here now or who
thank you,
passed through.
Lurkers.
We truly hope you enjoyed your stay, and thank you so much for your viewership. A special thank you to our active patrons for February: Ava Davy, Mars06,
The legendary
Flux
patrons.
Streams, Mrumper, Nordmang, TVD Gamer, Maxis Field, George Smiley Face, MKJ, Bloody Valve, Jonathan Carrot, Code Void, Aziga, Des Razor, Otterly Ruined, and Arnie Harmshard.
So many fucking people. Thank you.
all are absolute legends for supporting every endeavor Setolix points his attention toward. A special thank you to the lovely folks who decided to raid our channel. Thank you, Tomate Salad, for raiding with 2 lovely people. Thank you, One Lion, for raiding
What
with
the fuck was
22
that?
lovely people. And thank
Wait,
you,
I have this tab
Irish
muted.
Games, for raiding with 91
How did it play?
lovely people.
That was the front page of
Thank
Twitch
you
for
all
like a
so much for raiding the
nanosecond.
Seto stream. You are all amazing, beautiful
Thank you
people.
for the raids. God damn. One Line with
We
22,
have some
Irish
wonderful
John with
subscribers to
91,
thank.
Tomate
Flux
with 2.
Streams
Thank you
with
all.
32 months, Expanded Cubo with 15 months,
T-Flux
Sabin
with
with 5
32
months,
goddamn
and
months.
One Lion with 15 months. For you all to support this stream, even a single month is more than we could ever
Expanded with
ask.
15.
You are amazing and tremendously
damn.
appreciated. Now to thank our lovely bit droppers, Sabin tossed out 100 bits, and Flux Streams tossed out 100 bits. Big or small, every cheer helps keep this show running.
They
Hopefully
truly
you
do.
both
Thank
know
you.
how much we appreciate you throwing those bits our way. Time to thank our lovely chatters, Flux Streams, Decidius, Code Void, Des Razor, Wardstone Studio, Expanded
Of course,
Cuba,
our
Ivan Smart Tech,
chatters.
Sabin, Lychak50, Arnie Harmshard, Idrisa, RGB Productions Games, Tomatoes Cannot Be Trusted, Gameon, Madbirds West, Big Casual, Big Chungus Migs, Tomate Salad, Harpajo TSM, Maxis Field, Const167, Call Melambi, Speedy, Ducasoft, Aziga, One Lion, Abadas, Temptic 404, Syscalls, and like
No, don't punch us.
Kench Crixie, Raynor Games, Fighting and Elix. Shy Programmer, David Kindorf, Ryan Hawkins, Irish Games, Scully Riddle, Sympathy, Tom Millman, Shark G33K, Sigma 957 Zippy, Kilted Ninja, JF Gerard, Fuzzy Algorithm, Women, and the Linux Developer.
And
Thank
the
you so
Linux
very
Developer.
much for chatting with us now, being kind, and for being you. Hey there, you fascinating individuals. If you're enjoying the genius that is this stream,
Whoa,
which I know
don't
you
use
are,
that
don't
term.
forget to swing back by sometime. You could also consider becoming a C to Corp TM intern by hitting that follow button. And if you're feeling particularly generous, throw some support our way through Streamlaments, Cheers, subscriptions, or Patron. Every bit helps keep this delightful chaos running. Now, let's get back to the brilliance that is Setolix.
No.
Finally,
you've got a quote.
To inspire you all, I will recall a quote pulled from the glorious wonderland known as the Internet. Trust in your potential and embrace your strengths. A balanced confidence in yourself is the key to unlocking both success and happiness. Remember, true fulfillment comes from believing you are capable of greatness. Keep shining and let your light guide the way.
Well, thank you, son. Thank you for that. That was really something. And thank you all for being here. Whether you're here for a second, a minute, an hour, the entire stream, out there watching the VOD, anywhere in between. Thank you, thank you, thank you for pointing them eyes and ears toward my little show here today, and for sharing in the dev time. I hope you, if you were working on stuff, you accomplished what you wanted to accomplish today, or at the very least, the presence here eased tensions even slightly. And if you'll join me again, I'll be back in a couple of days. And either way, thank you very, very much for being here. I put a lot of hours into doing this stuff, and it means the world to me that people hang out. Even if you don't feel pressure to say a word. I mean, especially if you don't feel pressure to say a word. That's the whole fucking point. I'm putting on a show. You don't got to interact, and I thank you for being here. So thank you, thank you, thank you for having me on in whatever capacity I am. And yeah, I'll be back in a couple of days. And for now, ooh, I get to raid someone I usually don't get to raid. I usually do not get to raid this individual. It has been a while. It's like because John said hello to me today, I get to also raid someone who I don't get to raid very often. Let's go say hi to Practical. I basically never get to raid Practical anymore.
104916 is clocking out for the day.
Gotta go for the cohort,
Farewell,
but we'll lurk
the
raid.
Linux
All right.
developer.
Well, thank you for lurking around in the first place, and I hope you enjoy the cohort. We'll catch you later. Let's see. Let me start that raid up. It's been a while since I've actually even checked in on Practical, so this will be kind of cool. So if you want to send a message in the raid, you're more than welcome. Of course, no pressure as it goes. And either way, thanks for being here with some of your time today. And as I mentioned, I'll be back in a couple of days, so I hope between now and then you take care of yourselves and stay safe and all that stuff. And we'll meander to this location again in a couple of days, and hopefully all will be well on both sides of the screen here. So take care between now and then. Be safe out there, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.